All right, we will call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for Thursday, August 3rd in 2023 at 6:02 p.m. A quorum has been met. Can we take roll call, please?
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mr. Frady? Mrs. Murray? Here. Mr. Bittman?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher? Here.
All right, with that, we will start the meeting. First thing, I think Ms. Lombard is going to say a couple of things.
Sure. Before we do the pledge, wanted to just take a moment to share some sad news that some of you may be aware of with past members of our Huntley 158 family. Mr. Bill Legee passed away on June 21st, 2023. He and his late wife, Catherine, the namesake for Legee Elementary, were Huntley teachers for many years. His career in education spanned over 4 decades in Huntley, fostering an appreciation for both the literature and the arts. He sang with the Prairie Singers of Del Webb, and he served as the group's director. Mr. George Gow passed away on July 19th, 2023. Mr. Gow worked for the school district in several roles after formally retiring, driving students to area schools, as a lunchroom monitor, and as a coach for the girls' basketball, and even a classroom aide. I'd like just to take a moment of silence to think and remember both of these individuals and their families at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Lombard. So now if we could all stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, with that, we will move on to number 3, which is the public comment. So just as a note, there's actually with the 2 meetings, and we've added something, a public comment at the end of the meeting as well, to allow for folks to comment about the meeting in the meeting after that. So there are 3 sessions of public comment that will be held tonight. So we have 5 public comments to start us off. So, and forgive me if I mispronounce the name, Zahita Kurt, how do you say the last name? Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Hi, my name is Zahita Kaderna. My son is going into Marlowe, 6th grade. I came last year in February, and I did also go to see a majority of you for your campaigns. I'm here on behalf of District 158, bringing on Special Olympics. I came in February. I brought it to the school board. The last superintendent said he was going to bring it on. He was all excited. He went to District 54, talked with them. He said it was great. He told me it was going to move forward. He gave me the 2 names of district members in District 158 who are supposed to be in charge of it. They said, don't worry about it. We'll get a hold of you when we have everything ready. And it happened again. No one reached out to me. Nothing happened. I've reached out to them over the summer twice. I've gotten Demon email messages saying no response. And again, I feel like another wasted time frame for so many of our children in this district with special needs. Special Olympics is a wonderful program that this district desperately needs for so many of the children, that can help them from a sports aspect all the way to an academic aspect, an emotional aspect. Clear across. Our police in Huntley have a 5K every year that raises money for Special Olympics, and that money is going towards not our community and not our children, because we don't even have the program in our own community. So if you could oblige me and really help me move this forward. I'm also, like, I understand that there needs to be something of, I'm even willing to volunteer my time. I have volunteered for Special Olympics in District B, which is the district we're in, coaching swim for Special Olympics and volleyball and bocce. I'm totally fine with taking it on. I did talk to principal at Marlowe at the beginning. He was really on board of wanting to get it started, even if we started with just 6th and 8th grade this year and starting it small just to see how the platform works. I would be fine with taking it on. I wouldn't have to be paid. I would do it as a volunteer service for the district. I just really want this to get started. And then as it goes on, if this is something that really works out, we can move forward with including teachers and staff. But I just want to be heard, and I would like someone to help me. Thank you.
Mrs. Caderna, either tomorrow or Monday at the latest, Mrs. Gill will give you a call to share with you the work we've been doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That, we will move on to Julia Stelzner.
Good evening. My name is Julia Stelzner, and I want to speak about our tax levy. I have concerns regarding the proposed 3% levy and the damaging effect that it could have on our district. The Property Tax Extension Law Limit Statute, PTEL, was established to limit a district's ability to increase levies while intentionally allowing them to keep up with inflation. Inflation for last year was 7%. The current PTEL limits allow increases in property tax revenues to only 5%. This means that the district will likely be paying 7% more for everything it needs, but can only levy 5%. The district is already losing 2% in purchasing power due to inflation, and this will only get worse if the levy is lowered. Once the levy is lowered, it cannot be increased. That revenue is permanently lost. After the levy is filed, what we filed for is the maximum that we will get, regardless of what our real needs are, or how much we might have been entitled to under the law or the PTEL limitations. Any unrequested money is forever lost because the starting amount for next year's extension under PTEL will be reduced. Roughly 80% of our district's expenditure is labor, teachers, support staff, and administration. With no additional money available due to the levy decrease, our financial shortages will be absolutely felt by our teachers, staff, and students. It has been suggested that our board will find sufficient savings through waste elimination to cover salary increases to entice and retain talent, to hire a new superintendent, and to maintain quality programs. Our district has been fiscally responsible. 158 per pupil expenditures are less than other nearby districts, and most of them have a much higher tax rate than we do. There is simply not enough waste elimination savings to cover the deficit that will be created by a 3% levy. D158 is currently a destination school district, which brings families and new money to our area to buoy our home values. Decreasing the amount of available funding will almost certainly mean the loss of highly skilled professionals, elimination of specialty programming, less support staff for students with additional needs, and potentially larger class sizes, all of which would have a detrimental effect on our school district and in turn our property values. The benefit is less than $100 per year. For an average homeowner within the district, dropping the 5% levy to 3% would result in a savings of around $90 per year on property taxes. We would be risking the quality of our students' education for only $90. Fiscal responsibility is not just cutting expenses, it's also being good stewards of public tax dollars. The board has an obligation to provide the best possible education to all of our students in a responsible manner. This is the first year in many that the PTEL limit for the levy has reached 5%. Not taking advantage of this will create a permanent loss of access to funding. We would literally be leaving available money on the table. Adopting a levy that does not allow the district to realize its full potential would be financially irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. All right. Joan Davis.
Hello, I'm Joan Davis, a nurse and a former teacher living in Sun City for over 10 years. First thing, I just want to thank all you board members because I've been on boards and I've had family and friends who have been on school boards. It's challenging, and sometimes it's a thankless job. I don't have to tell you that. That said, I'm aware of a big challenge you're facing now, and since I live in Sun City, and you've probably heard, those Sun City folks don't like taxes. I want to say, no, my husband and I don't like taxes. Who does? But I have been so impressed with this school system. I volunteer in programs, and what I've done, learning a bit about, well, I've heard they may be careless about spending. Not at all. And I've read things that indicate this school does a darn good job with a low tax base. We don't have all that industry. So the levy to me seems, why in the world would we want to run, and why would we want to slash taxes when we're starting to lose teachers, good teachers? We've got a big administrative job we need to fill, and it's expensive. And if you want a good person, you might have to pay a little more. So to me, it doesn't make sense that we wouldn't take care of an opportunity. I know some of you ran on a no more taxes, no higher taxes plank, but I think it's easy to promise that when you look at kind of bare bones system that Huntley has. We really need to say, wait a minute, are we helping make drastic cuts that could last for a really long time? What are the consequences? So I would say, yeah, I care about taxes, but I also care about the schools, and I'm willing to, I was a teacher, I was a student in the public schools. I want good schools. And if I just want to look at money, I also don't want to lose property values. And when we do drastic cuts and we have fighting amongst board members and administration trying to do the best they can, we don't end up with real good school systems. We end up with a lot of focusing on the fighting. We need to work together, and please know that a lot of us, yeah, if it's explained carefully, we'll be glad to pay those higher taxes because we think the schools are worth it. We owe it to our students and our teachers and the administration and you, because you've got that hard job, and it's tough to look and tell people, well, you know, maybe the taxes will go up, but there's good reasons why that might be a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Pamela Mosier.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Mosier, and I'm a Sun City resident. I'm also a retired educator, so I've seen firsthand the negative consequences of underfunding a school district. I love living in Sun City, but what I do not like is that some people put all of Sun City residents in a group and attribute ideas and characteristics that are just not true for me and many others who live in Sun City. It is simply not true that we do not want to pay our fair share of taxes, and it's been said that we do not care about schools because we no longer have children in them, but that's not true for all of us. Many of us in Sun City value public education. We are very appreciative of our own educations and those of our children and grandchildren. We recognize that participating in and supporting the community outside of our retirement community is important. We see this part of our civic responsibility right along with voting, serving on juries when called, and making charitable donations locally. We are very much aware that a good part of the positive reputation Huntley has is due to its schools. We are a part of that community and we're proud of it. It is sad now as we hear that so many teachers are leaving District 158. We also hear that some of you on the board wish to reduce available resources to the district. Your job on the board is not to provide the cheapest education possible. It is to provide the best education possible for generations to come. While it's nice to be fiscally frugal, your support should be in the best interests of the students, not the taxpayers. I don't pretend to fully understand the tax system, but I'm hearing from people who do not who do, that you are considering reducing the amount you are requesting for next year, which will not only cut revenues for next year, but all subsequent years. If that is true, I don't need an expert to tell you that this is a terrible idea, because I have seen what happens personally in underfunded districts, and I do not support it. Our children are our future. Even though we seniors are closer to the end of our lives, we still want the future to be bright for the generations to come that live on after us. A successful district supports the future. Students, our future, need and deserve the best teachers, enough teachers. The best support staff, enough support staff. And the best counselors, enough counselors, because those people are the ones who get cut first. And the best programs. Short shifting the funding for all this is counterproductive. There are many, many of us in Sun City who want you to prioritize the students. We believe in the future, and we believe that the future should be properly funded. And I, like many of my like-minded neighbors, don't mind doing so. So please do not lump all of us into one group, because there are very many of us who support the students. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments. Melissa Carnes.
Hi, my name is Melissa Cairns. I have been a resident of District 158 for over 25 years. I'm a little shaky. My children spent their entire K-12 education here and benefited and thrived from the innovative programs, excellent teachers, coaches, and staff during their years in school. My son graduated high school in 2017, college in 2021, and yesterday began his third year teaching second grade out of state. My daughter graduated high school in 2022 and is getting ready to be in her second year of college after a very successful first year. They were both extremely well prepared for their life beyond District 158. I am here tonight because I firmly believe in public education and what's been built here in District 158. I want my friends and neighbors' children to have the same great education my children had. The suggestion of a reduced levy request has the potential for detrimental and long-lasting consequences. I have concerns that the quality of education here is at risk. One significant concern is compensation. Huntley pays its teachers poorly. I didn't realize just how poor until I did some research. Using the salary schedules from several nearby unit districts, I checked to see how Huntley compared. Huntley pays teachers just starting out more than $12,000 per year less than Barrington, to which we just lost our very talented band director, $4,500 less than District 300, and over $8,000 a year less than U46. For teachers with 10 years of experience and advanced education, it is over $4,000, $3,000, and $14,000 a year less, respectively. And it doesn't get any better with more education and experience. It was actually quite embarrassing to me to find out that the new Huntley teachers make just a couple $100 a year, more than my son makes in Mississippi, the state ranked dead last in the country for education. He is there teaching to try to help that statistic, by the way. My challenge to those of you who think a levy reduction is a good idea, please take a look at the data yourselves. Put Huntley teachers on each of the other district schedules and calculate the costs, and I have the data for you. This will tell you how much money it would take to match each of these districts' salaries. Then look at the District 158 budget and find that amount in the budget that you see is wasteful and frivolous and can be cut. Close to 80% of the budget is for personnel. You'll be hard-pressed to find enough waste to cover the amount needed to attempt to make up the difference for existing staff, let alone adding staff to address discipline issues, as well as upgrading special ed and other programs you've suggested are needed. District 158 is not a property-rich district with a high equalized assessed value, so the school district needs to have access to every dollar available in order to compete. New board members, you promised to be good stewards of the funds to maintain and even enhance educational opportunities within the district. Knowing what I've shared, do exactly as promised by agreeing to a maximum levy amount. To do otherwise would be irresponsible. Anybody wants the? Sorry.
Thank you.
When it has like, I'll pull one in here quick too. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Brad Aney.
Thank you all for having me here tonight. As someone whose name was dropped multiple times at the last meeting in terms of the teachers, I thought that it would be appropriate for me to kind of stand up here and talk to you about kind of how we feel about the tax levy. Before I do that, I want to make some things very clear. I love the fact that the entire community, every stakeholder is recognizing that our teachers need to be paid and compensated at a competitive rate. That is a very exciting thing to hear, and it's very encouraging going into this next year's negotiations. Number two, I know that you guys are not always going to agree with one another, but I have worked with the old board members for multiple years, and as I'm getting to know you guys as your new incoming board members, I know for a fact that all of you care so deeply about all of the teachers, all of the students, and what's best for the community. How we get there could be under debate, but I also think it's important to understand that the conversation that happened last week also was centered around not necessarily just taking 3%. It was how do we reallocate money to pay teachers more, and they wanted to continue the conversation. So I think that's important to understand. Now, having said that, I would agree with everyone that has spoken today, and I speak on behalf of HCA leadership when I say that I don't know how we can get to a competitive rate if we don't pass it at 5% with an abatement. I think Mr. Quagliano's idea with passing it at a 5% tax levy and then finding 2% for abatement is a very possible and very plausible idea. I think there are times where you guys might not agree, but at the end of the day, we need to actively listen to each other, and we need to engage with one another with respect instead of trying to prove who's right. And I'm just standing up here to say, I appreciate every single one of you. I do believe that we will go in the right direction at the end of the day, and I'm very excited to see, once again, the community behind us in trying to get us paid, compensated correctly. So thank you guys for all of your time. I do know that every single one of you guys care, and I appreciate every relationship that I have with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Now we will move to revision and adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes that people would like to suggest? You good? All right, so I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Can we have a voice call? So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So the motion passes, and we will move forward with the agenda as written. So we will move to Mr. Thompson in the Curriculum and Instruction Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Dr. McCrindle, sorry. Did you have an update from where we left off last meeting with Power School?
I did. So thank you for your questions last, 2 weeks ago regarding the integrated data warehouse system. I was able to go back and talk with Power School and negotiate some cost savings across the board. I also got some clarity on what the Power School implementation services actually were. I learned a lot more about technology than I think I've ever had to with some of the stuff that they said, but that implementation fee does include building the platform from scratch and making sure it goes live. And so there's a lot of hours kind of built up into that component of it. And then the hours that they list are additional ones to help tweak it. So it's to help make sure that what they do from scratch anyways is working, and so that fee does go towards that. I felt better knowing that that's what goes into that implementation fee. So when we went back to the company, I did go ahead and take, I don't remember if it was Mr. Quagliano or Mr. Troy or Mr. Pittman, it was down at that angle, had suggested maybe talking to them about what a fourth year could look like, because we have two ways we can get out of the contract with either if our funding runs short, we can leave a contract, and also if they don't hold up their end of the bargain, if we go through their processes. And so by looking at a revised 4-year contract, we were able to save an additional 7% over the course of those 4 years. Which makes it very similar to what we're paying currently for the tool that's not meeting our needs. I was also able to negotiate the implementation fee. If you remember in the original contract, it was a heavier year 1 fee. I asked them to spread that out over the 2 years so that we're basically paying that smaller amount the whole time versus front loading it, and they were amenable to that as well. So what you have in front of you is that revision, and my recommendation would be that we move this forward to the regular meeting on August 17th for approval.
Very good. So no voice votes is required to move it forward. Okay. Any other questions for Dr. McCrindle?
I just want to say that you had great work the last time, and I know it probably felt a little bit under pressure there when you were doing this, but this is one of the things we need to look at our costs and spending. And this was just by our talking, and then you going back to them, we were able to save, I think, $20,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it, and thank you for the work. Agenda item 5.2, Illinois school report card process also involves your side of the world, Dr. McCrindle.
It does. I have a presentation. Let me get this. I got it. All right, so it is almost that time of year where our Illinois school report card will be released from ISB. What we wanted to do was start to proactively explain the process, since we do have new members on our board, as well as to explain it to our community for transparency purposes, and helping understand how the state goes about providing our summative ratings. So the purpose of this presentation is not to dive into our data yet. We don't have that officially released from the state for this last school year. I will give you a timeline when that should happen at the end of the presentation, but to start by just providing a background of what the school report card process looks like, as well as explain how that impacts us as a district, and then finally communicate the timeline for our next steps throughout the next 2 months. So it goes back to the Every Student Succeeds Act, and if you look at the timeline on here, back in 2002, which is crazy that that was 21 years ago, No Child Left Behind was passed, and there was a goal initially to everyone to be achieving a certain goal by 2014. We did not meet that as a nation, as a state, as across the country. And so then during that time, the Every Student Succeeds Act was developed, and it was a federal law that was signed into place in 2015, which resulted in the creation of the IBAM committee. I had to Google what that meant, but it means the Illinois Balanced Accountability Measure Committee. This group met and developed what we currently have for our ESSA plan. The ESSA plan then went through many different phases of input from our legislators at the state level, from ISB. They used feedback from school districts, administrators, teachers, parents, and then they officially approved this plan in 2017. They then piloted it with and I don't know why they have 2 years the same one, but Illinois Empowered, and they piloted that process with the group, and we began actually implementing it in 2018, 2019. And the end-all goal is that by 2033, about 90% of students in Illinois will be proficient in different categories. So that's what the ESSA plan is all wrapped up. Each state then has to create their own plan. And so I gave you guys just a printout of this at your table if you want to look a little closer. But how it impacts us is each school every year annually is given a summative designation based on the school's overall data for accountability indicators, and as well as our student subgroups. And so that means all students are averaged together, and then any of our populations where we have 20 or more students of that subgroup in a school will receive a rating. That counts EL students, Black students, our IEP students, et cetera. As long as there's 20 students or more in a school, they have their own individual rating. And there's other criteria as well. Each school is given one of 4 designations. The first one, or the top one, I guess, is exemplary. This one is created by taking the top 10% of all schools in Illinois and saying, these are our exemplary schools. There is not a cut score that you can reach for. It's a moving target every year based off of, they just line up every school and say, here's the top 10, here's your line, there you go. Then you have your commendable schools, which, as you can imagine, that's a larger chunk in the middle because that's just how it kind of falls out. The targeted support schools are those who have the subgroups that might be performing lower than the lowest 5% in our school, and we'll talk through that a little bit more in a second. And then the lowest one on there is that comprehensive support, and that's the bottom 5% of schools in Illinois, and they might be identified as that based off of their data. So then you might be asking, what data goes into this? If you look at, I don't know if I can use this. I don't. I'll try to move that little picture up there. I don't control that though. The elementary and middle school indicators, they are clustered together at K-8 into one type of way that those indicators come to develop their measure. And so there are academic indicators, which include our English language arts growth, our math growth, the English language arts proficiency, math proficiency, science proficiency, and then our EL progress to proficiency. Those are all academic indicators. And each of those have kind of different percentages of that pie chart, which then scores feed to create that overall score. The other 25% that's left is school quality and student success indicators. The bolded ones up there are ones that are currently counting in scores. So that's our chronic absenteeism, and then the climate survey, which is our Vital Essentials survey. And then those lighter colored ones, 9, 10, 11, are additional indicators that are coming supposedly in 24, 25, but they're still developing. And so they will be there eventually. This next slide shows the high school indicators. You will see that it's very similar to the ones listed, except there's not a growth component because at the high school level, the SAT is given in one grade level, and you can't measure the SAT when you give it 1 year, students against students. And so you'll see that that's replaced with the graduation rate, and that's where they kind of put that emphasis. And then they also have that ninth graders on track down in that bottom 25%, which is new as well. Coming soon are college and career readiness indicators, as well as some fine arts indicators. And again, they're targeting 24, 25 for that. The assessments that feed those scores are our Illinois Assessment of Readiness, the IAR assessment, the SAT, our WIDA, which is our access test for our EL learners, the Illinois Science Assessment, and then that Vital Essentials survey. And then the other categories aren't assessments, it's our attendance data, it's other pieces that are not proficiency-based that kind of feed and produce that score. So when it comes to calculating the score, there are 4 steps that occur. So the first step in that blue far left circle is the state of Illinois collects and calculates our performance data. So listed under there are all those things that were in that pie chart. So they go through and they just say, what are your scores for each of these categories? The top 3 are the ones that the federal ESSA plan requires, and that is the ELA and math proficiency, as well as English learner progress proficiency and graduation rates. And then that middle section are ones that the state chose. So the federal one requires top 3, the state chose those additional ones, which includes the growth, science, absenteeism, climate survey, ninth graders on track, and then all those future ones are listed in the bottom part. So first they take all of the scores that they have, and they say, this is what you've received. Then they take those scores, they convert it to an indicator score, and that's scored on a 0 to 100, and they have business rules for each of those different performance data pieces to help you decide what that number is. In the memo, I tried to summarize the 160-page document that does that, but you can take a look if you're, and we dive into it very deeply because we care about every point there. So, but it does have some information there. Once we get that indicator score, they then weight it and aggregate it together to the index score, which is where they compare it to that percentages on the other side. So each of those indicator scores, for example, if it was an ELA math proficiency, if we met the mark, they would then say you received 100, and then they say that was 7.5%, so we would get 7.5 points towards that. If we got 80 of 100, we would get that percent of the 7.5 towards that indicator. They then add all those scores up, and they give your district, your school, in each individual school, and then each individual subgroup an overall number. They take those numbers, and then ISB rank orders all schools in the state, and that's when they draw that line for that top 10% and the bottom 5%. If you have so that's when they set the cut scores, I guess, and that's when they give you that exemplary and that lowest number. If you have a subgroup that performs under the bottom number of that bottom 5%, then you're given that targeted school status. And that's what happened with us with Heinemann this last year with our EL population. We had just had, I think, 23 perhaps, maybe 27 EL students there. And so a subgroup was created for the first time. That subgroup performed below that all-group average of that bottom 5%, which then resulted in that targeted rating for that one subgroup. So it's just interesting to see how they do that. So what we do with our timeline is we are currently in the middle of data submissions. I want to give huge kudos to our technology department and all of our buildings for checking our data, because it's very important to make sure that every student's accounted for, that we have the right kids feeding that, because as you can tell, if one thing's off, it's going to then result in some of our data not looking where we want it to look. And then from July 5th to September 29th, we have a tool that we're able to look at and review and edit data. They slowly release different parts of the data. So right now, what we can see is absenteeism. We don't see any of our state performance data yet, because they haven't set that cut score for us to look at. Once that review closes, all data is locked. So it's very important. Ms. Lombard has been working with us to make sure we submit things on time and that we're getting everything in there so it's clean and ready to go. And then in the month of October, we do receive an opportunity at the district and building leadership level to preview embargoed data from the state to be able to see where we're going to fall and to begin to make some plans, because if you think about it in the timeline, we're already almost a quarter into the school year at this point. And if we know we have something we need to move on, we want to move a little faster. And so it gives us that time to start to make some plans. And then on October 30th by 9 a.m. ISB does publish the full report card. And that's when our rating comes out. Our next steps will be, I know Ms. Lombard is going to give an update on our strategic plan in the next couple of board meetings, so you'll be able to see some of our data and what we're doing there. And then we will, once this data is official, we will then present that to you and be able to help talk about how our plans and what we're trying to do to increase our scores, as well as continue the positives that are going on. That's all I have.
That's great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the things that I'm looking forward to is utilizing this new data tool to look at the criteria that is going to be measured, as you just described, and be able to tell our own stories, you know, not only for the purpose of our board, but for our community, so we could share the success stories of our teachers and our students, as well as look at areas that need improvement. I appreciate your time and to looking into this, and looking forward to more to come.
Good. Yeah, just one question, Dr. McCrindle. Just for clarity's sake, is the SAT raw scores is that the ELA and math proficiency at the high school level?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Illinois report card also tracks things like AP class utilization and dual credit. Is that come into this score at all?
It will. So that college computer readiness indicator that was kind of grayed out at the bottom, eventually that stuff will roll into that overall percentage. And so they've started to show some of that, but this year it's still a soft rollout where they're reporting what we're doing, but it doesn't count toward our designation yet.
Okay, because that's definitely a differentiator between school districts.
Absolutely.
I mean, on the committee, but it's just your take on the graduation rate seems like it's weighted so highly, and I'm like, it seems to be overweighted. Do you agree with that?
We struggle with a couple of the indicators. At the K-8 level, the growth component is a tough one for us. That's almost 50%. And for a district, we currently do meet the proficiency cut scores by the state continuously every year. And so we only receive 7.5%, that's only an overall 15 points of that. So we struggle with that one. And then I think the graduation rate is something very similar because it's so heavily weighted.
Well, again, it's not a problem for us.
Correct.
From that standpoint, I find it from an overall evaluation of all comparative amongst districts, pretty a disparate type of
conversations with many groups that are saying, should they differentiate the way your scores come based off of how you're scoring on different components, and it's never taken off, obviously, because
Right.
of all the business rules and stuff that have to be created, but, yeah, you have a good question.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gallagher for special education.
Okay, thank you. So last night, I attended a fantastic meeting, the first DF meeting of the year, and we were talking about, Mrs. Gill was talking about the LIGHT program. There was a specific focus on the LIGHT program. It was a great meeting. There were lots of parents, lots of students, lots of staff members, and just talking about the options for the LIGHT program, and also getting a lot of feedback from all the stakeholders that were there. It was just a very well-run meeting. Parents did comment that they would like to see things done, not just collect information, but moving forward to see things done. And I'm 100% confident that that's going to happen. So I just commend you for a great meeting. And do you have anything to add about special ed?
No, I really appreciate the engagement and the invitation to have a platform to continue to talk about the wonderful things that are happening in special education. So as you know, we're with input from our special education advisory committee, our parents and staff, as well as our special ed committee. We will map out every month opportunities to highlight the wonderful things that are happening. So I want to make sure we have an opportunity to get feedback from everyone about what areas to highlight each month, but what you can expect is to get highlights that will look at special programs, student and staff-specific celebrations, the things we're accomplishing, some of the special education services available in the district to make everyone more aware of what we are offering and what we're doing. So I just appreciate the opportunity to partner with everyone on this and present those highlights. So thank you, and looking forward to it.
Can you remind me, the staff meeting in September is when? So I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
No, it's okay. I appreciate that. We are actually working to put all of the meetings on the district calendar. So Denise and I will be working together on that. So we'll do our LIGHT steering committee meetings on the Wednesdays, so Wednesday the 2nd. So if you give me just a second, our SEAC, which will be the Special Education Advisory Committee, will be on the opposite Wednesday. So I believe September 20th is the first Special Education Advisory Committee. So it'll be, the LIGHT Steering Committee will be on the first Wednesday of the month, and the Special Education Advisory Committee will be on the third Wednesday of the month. So that'll, like I said, that'll get out on the district calendar, and we'll have an agenda. And one thing that we talked about at the board meeting a couple weeks ago is how do we get the, communication and information out. And we have been working with our tech department to make sure that we're including every parent who has a vested interest. If you have a student with an IEP, if you have any interest at all in contributing to the work, we invite everyone. And so we're working on just making sure we're inclusive. So if we've left anyone out, 2 things, let me know, and then 2, please check your spam folder, because that is also happening from time to time, so I just don't want you to miss anything. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. With that, I turn it over to Mr. Quagliano for the Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. First item on finance is we have our purchase orders, impress checks, payables, and disbursements listed in the agenda. Is there any questions from the committee or the board on any of those items that are in there?
None for me.
No. Okay. All right, then we'll move that forward to our next board meeting for approval. Item 7.2 is the monthly fiscal update. Mr. Altmeier's not here. I don't have access right now. My computer's not, I don't have a link to his update.
Oh, his updates.
His updates.
Sorry.
I don't know, I mean, I looked at it, and I don't recall anything being.
Nothing jumped out at me.
Nothing jumped out at me either.
No.
So, yeah, he's just typically getting going on the audit. From that standpoint, he should be finishing up year-end adjustments, the financials to see where where we came out for last fiscal year, compared to the budget. So those would be the items that he was addressing in there. So, if there's no other questions related to that, we can move on to building and grounds.
So Mr. Rinkowski moves, so I'll take a moment for him to get settled.
Thank you. I moved because my second agenda item, I'd like to just put some sheets on the.
I kind of figured, so.
The first one.
On the O&M updates, anything to highlight on there?
There was a moment in time we thought we might have to bring special action to the board tonight for a hot water storage tank replacement that failed at Heinemann Middle School. But due to the efforts of Kevin and I doing some more digging, we found out that we could find another way to resolve this matter. This tank serves the domestic hot water for the facility, which the water used to wash your hands and to clean things in the kitchen. The kitchen has a booster heater though, but we were told initially that it would cost $57,000. And we kept digging and digging, and we actually found an alternative solution with the help of a contractor a little bit to give us a few tips, and then we checked with our engineer to make sure it was real. And we were able to buy the hardware in stock to change it to a different kind of a design. It's actually even more efficient. We bought the tanks for about $32,000. We expect that we've got one proposal on the table already that says we can have the miscellaneous material and installation, et cetera, done for about $16,000. And we didn't stop there. We checked with other contractors, and we were told that their estimate of the job was $60,000. So we were able to get it done. We'll get that repaired. Right now, we tried to put a patch on it. It's functional. It's pressurized. We flushed it out, but it's got a slow drip. We were told that the replacement tanks are being shipped right now on the way here, so we'll work on it as soon as it's ready. Our other projects, our big projects for the summer are doing well. The paving at Martin Marlowe is substantially complete. The striping looks like a lot of the striping is already done. When I drove it this morning, there's still a little bit left to do. The contractor said they'll continue on minor punch list items, and there's one light pole has to be replaced with the engineer in the job calls the pork chop, the little new island that's at the entrance off of Marlowe to do some better traffic control. And we're expected to do a full punch list on that next Thursday. And we'll see. It doesn't appear there's going to be much to put on that punch list. So that job went very well. The bus lot here, it's not done yet, as you could obviously see. The owner of the company had promised me by the end of this week it would be done, and it won't be. They say they're going to pave this Saturday, and that should get the lot, that and some striping, which could be done early next week, should get the lot in position that the bus fleet can be returned there. But the expansion area for the electric buses, there's a little bit of concrete work left to do and landscaping around the perimeter there. But what we're hearing from the contractors the end of next week, that should be okay. We checked with the transportation department. They have no concern with the timeline that is before us. The high school roofing project is substantially complete. Minor punch list was done by the roofing consultant ahead of our visit. They always try to get it buttoned up so we have a walk and don't have much going on there. The punch list is actually done by the manufacturer's representative at no cost to us as a part of the program we have for how we bid and replace roofs. The food slab renovation punch list is scheduled to take place tomorrow. That's in very good shape. Exterior window work around the perimeter of the old circle area of the high school. Actually, not old, but the most aged piece of building this district owns 1996, and the interior work is in good shape. The exterior work is yet to be scheduled. How we're going to manage to do that through the next calendar year. The track is resurfacing at Heinemann is complete. All the field work is complete. We've got the approval of the school that they're satisfied that the layout of the striping on the track. We're just simply waiting for some final paperwork before we accept the final billing. And the steel coat work at Martin and Marlowe is expected to be complete Saturday. Last thing I just wanted to mention is that GSF, our new custodial service contractor, continues to perform at a higher level than we've ever witnessed before. They will be completed next week. They've done a lot of work already at the high school. They'll still have a presence there with their shifts of operation. They are starting to split off the team next week to put people back in the other buildings to support the needs of the schools as we get close to startup of school, recognizing we're going to have some heightened activity at the middle school and the high school next week. And that's good. Their manpower, they're up to a staffing percentage, again, that we haven't witnessed in a long, long time. They've already weeded out some bad seeds, if you will, in the staff by some of their work, and told us that they'll continue to monitor and evaluate and seek improvement in the staffing. So it's all good news. Be happy to answer any questions.
I had a question about the boiler at Heinemann. You mentioned it would be more efficient with this refit or installation. Is there any kind of energy efficiency credits to be realized through that, or is it just a matter of upgrading the quote-unquote technology of the boiler?
The boilers that we will put in will be in the 90s% efficiency.
Okay.
The one we have in there is like 88, 89. But more importantly than the little bit of energy efficiency we'll gain is the ready availability. It's more of a common product. The design that was in there from first construction was to have a hot water storage tank that in off season would take water off the boiler plant instead of running a separate little piece of equipment to heat the domestic water, because it had a converter embedded in the storage tank. That's not a readily available product, and it's extraordinarily expensive. And there was plenty of logic to say, you know, why would, and it's not as efficient, because the boiler plant that we have that serves the building is 83% efficient. That's the technology that was available back in 2004 when we were building these buildings. I believe me, Paul, I've checked many times to see if there was more efficiencies and values to upgrades, but there isn't. It financially doesn't make sense with those boilers to do that for the central heating of the building, that is, you know. And so the other part of that is if you were thinking of pursuing any kind of incentives, you're not supposed to purchase before you get approval for the incentive. And this is for domestic water in the building and school starting, and I didn't want to wait for that.
No, and that makes perfect sense. It was just curiosity. If there was any kind of a residual savings or something to be realized as a result of having to do this. That's all. If this was a planned project, I could see doing something or looking into something like that or taking that into account. But in this case, this was more of an emergency, got to do it now or else. So there really wasn't much time to do that kind of an evaluation or analysis. So I don't, it wasn't meant that way. It was just meant of, is there any kind of a byproduct that we could benefit from in the meantime?
Also, just to assure you that it'll be done properly as a matter of access, we also have the makeup heating system going in and for the boilers there, and the mechanical engineer just happened to be there, and we enlisted him right away to make sure that the design for the replacement and this little bit of reconfiguration, it's not uncommon at all to this what's going to happen here. But to make sure it was on an engineering drawing from him, and we will have to have plumbing inspections from the plumbing inspector. Something like this, that's by plumbing code.
Sure.
So that will take place.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Quagliano, you're the committee tonight, so
No
any questions from the rest of the board? Okay. With that said, moving on to 8.2, the O&M deferred maintenance life cycle. I always love this thing every year when we get to it.
Thank you. The first page out that I put up on screen is actually page 2 in your report. Is something I think I skipped a couple times in recent years. This is something I just want to put into some perspective. This is a value there was an appraiser that had appraised in 2019, the last time, of the value of the facilities and the contents. And in 2019, it was valued just under $300 million. And so when we bring to you a report such as this, that on the average over 10 years has been, I think it's about 2.7 million, you know, to put that in perspective, that's less than, and asking you to consider investing less than 1% the value of the property for survey or to the condition it is right now. That's our goal. And some of these larger items that are on this kind of report is capital investment things. That's the only reason that page is there. The report is broken up beyond that into two sorts of the same data. The first sort of the data is a 10-year look that's sorted by investment by year. Actually, the data we have goes well beyond 10 years, but 10 years is already somewhat of a fluid look. The first year, a prompt year ahead is the year that we're looking to ask the board for just some consensus or not on if we're on the right track. There's no formal approval needed at this time for these types of projects that are on the table. If we have service agreements with consultants that are above the purchasing limits, which what we have on the docket here, the way we structure things, we are not in need of much of that to go on because we're going through a phase where asphalt replacement will probably be put in abeyance for a year or two. The point where the board will have an opportunity to formally approve or not approve would be when bids are received and opened for these types of projects. That's how we've done it for forever here. And so this is just general consensus conversation time. Beyond this, on the next page, you will note there's some color coding on the lines on the report. And the green highlighted lines are actually projects that actually are in progress right now that are being charged at FY24. These are things that we found that we felt the need to do and are structured in conversation with CFO to be FY24 projects. You will see another group of lines there that is pink highlighted, and those are projects that are structured at FY25. And I've, in conversation with CFO Mark Altman again, our vision there is to get these projects, get these out to bid and get them awarded, but structure the payment for these projects to be FY25. This is my understanding, he's had conversations with the auditor on how this will work. The projects on the list here, some seal coating, I read the specs for that. And the carpet replacement, I usually read the core spec for that and just have an architect do some minor review. I've been doing this for like 35 years like this. The project there, the large one, is the last phase of roof replacement at Huntley High School. The last phase of parts of the building that are not under warranty. After this phase would be done, right now that phase is at 21.5 years or something. The next oldest will be 2014, sorry. So we've got some years of warranty before we'll need to even think about ripping again on that. And it is only our hopes that to put together some specs and issue them for these projects in pink and over the winter months. My practice for the new board members is and my peers and my networks of communications that I work with, we've learned over the years that the lion's share of schoolwork all has to take place in 10 weeks in the summer. And there's always a lot of work going out to bid. And if we don't get it out to bid nice and early, which to me nice and early is to get these things out to bid before there's snow on the ground and then award them as we get into December, January. Then what happens is the good quality contractors are looking to get their book of work full at reasonable price points. Typically either have to raise their price if they're going to consider bidding because their book of work's already full. And I well know from working for a general contractor many years ago that you actually lose overhead and profit and a lot of times if you get too busy. And smarter contractors won't even bid. There's many times we do this sort of thing. My apologies. There's one other item on here. The Chesapeake chiller. That item there, that is the oldest chiller in the school districts. It's never been overhauled. It hasn't even had a compressor replacement yet. But we've had oil samples, which are part of a good preventive maintenance program, check the refrigerant and the oil. And we've had high moisture content there. That's an indicator that this thing might be on the way out. It's well beyond actually expected life. I think we've taken good care of it. But to do our due diligence to avoid Chesapeake not having air conditioning in the gym, cafeteria, library, and front office, we need a plan to get this through. The reality is, to get a piece of equipment like this would have to go out to bid. There would be a design by a mechanical engineer, and we probably won't see the equipment for a year, if we're lucky. 60 weeks is what I'm hearing right now. So I would propose that we get out in front of that. I would love to hear if there are any concerns about this plan right now before we start rolling up our sleeves and investing hours in putting this stuff together.
So I'll kick it off because something caught my eye. The Heinemann condensers, they're scheduled for 2 years down the road. Is that similar to the what went on with Marlow with that redesign work that we dealt with?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's our feeling right now. What we did when Marlow was demolitions done at Marlow, is we wrote the specification that we had the first right of refusal to capture all the R22 refrigerant, which, as you may understand, was one of my main drivers because the price of that refrigerant has just gone astronomical. Mm-hmm. It's gone up more than 12 times in recent years. You know, it's like so Kevin gets the report every week, I think, and gives me the bad news. It's like $1,300 for a 30-pound can right now, where it used to be $125 4 years ago or something, you know. But we've captured all that, and our fear has always been that as compressors fail or the equipment fails at Heinemann, the cost of the refrigerant was going to far outweigh the cost of replacement of the equipment. So now we have some equipment, and we also would like to see this technology that we've got now at Marlow run for a little while, understand it, be comfortable with it before we decide to take the leap. I will tell you, it was commissioned today. Everything turned on today. So we're pulling moisture out of the air and getting temperature down in there right now as we speak. But that's everything in orange on the report beyond that are items that at this point in time, as our district's facilities and our things are positioned, are things that, in my mind, is possible to consider kicking those cans farther down the road. A lot of those are a little later in the report. You know, they're not. Some of them are actually not repairs; they're just added value, like some of the athletic stuff. Sure. But I understand the district may have a need for those things, and I thought we need to recognize that kind of a burden. The only other thing, I mean, before I actually, well, maybe I should just continue, and then we can see if there's any questions or concerns later. But I wanted to go back up. Just to reemphasize this point. This look right here, as you look through the years, it's, you know, there's some bumps, ups and downs and things here. But the bigger bumps in the latter years of the 10-year period are rooftop units, most of it. Rooftop units, we have a lot of them. 20? I was hired, it was 16, I think. Or we had 16 a couple months after I was hired when we were building like crazy here. And they are way beyond actually expected life. But the reality is we continue to replace motors, bearings, and little bitty compressors because they just serve the little wings of the schools and keep moving right along. And the refrigerant is all local. It's right there. The compressor's up in the unit, the evaporator condenser right there. The risk of refrigerant loss in the RR22 are much, much less of an expensive concern for us at this point. Of financial exposure. And if we keep just, they haven't been very problematic. The only problem we've had with them is some of them, need to be, have a little bit of an overhaul to replace all the weatherproof gasketing on all the doors for accessing the controls and the motors and the filters and access to care for that equipment. And we invest a little bit of money into the repair budget to get that taken care of properly. We tried to do it ourselves and we weren't successful. And that's about the only problems we've had, besides once in a while calling typical motor failure, bearing replacement. So that's a large chunk that could be pushed possibly a bit too, down the road. But I always look at this as overall the 10 years. What's the investment to look at that, as a man told me years ago, the ideal version of this would be every component of the building, the doors, the floors, the windows, everything, the sealant on the windows, and you name it. If you could put a value on all that, a life cycle on all that, and put it through a calendar and through the most extended life cycle of every component and divide it by the number of years, that would tell you ideally you need to try to bank that much money every year if you want to keep the facilities in the condition they are right now. Our facilities are still, if we compare ourselves to most any school district I know, we're young, still are. We're out of warranty almost everywhere, except for some of the later additions, 14, 15, 16, 20. But that's by far not the lion's share of the school district's facilities. And so we're on a cycle. This cycle is a lot less than it was a number of years ago because we've gone through that 15-year life cycle on asphalt. We're almost done with a 20-year life cycle on roofs. And there'll be a pause and a breath of fresh air maybe for a little while before that's going to cycle back on again. But we've done things as we've done those projects that hopefully when the district gets down to that age, those are all now positioned that the second life cycle replacement will be a fraction of the cost of the first by the way we did the restoration this time. I don't want to take too much of your time going into the details of that unless somebody wants to talk to me about that. So at this time, there's another version of the version at the end is just if somebody's interested, you want to know what kind of things are we proposing to invest in, and you can see the bigger dollar ticket items and what they are on there, and so that's all that's for. It's sometimes some people want to say, well, gee, where's all that money really kind of going, and that's the kind of things that we're looking at right now. As the districts get older, this will be a living document, and as we learn more, there might be some adjustments. We do this every year, and we try to work with the CFO, which we try to do to make it fit his 5-year plan, and what finances might be available. We work hard at that, and that's where we are. Is there any concern about any of the things that we're going to roll up our sleeves and put the effort to get bids from bidders to bring back to you? Because I know 40 years ago I was a bidder, and when you invest a lot of time in putting a bid together, you hope that the customer really does the job because it's a lot of expense for naught if they don't, and it kind of frustrates contractors to not want to come back and bid your work again because it's like we're wasting their time too. I'm not so much worried about wasting our time as creating ill will with contractors. Any concerns?
So question I also noticed on here was the resurfacing for the tennis courts at the high school. That one seems like we just did it, but you have it listed as an 8-year cycle.
Yeah, that's the coating on the top only, Paul.
Okay.
It costs that much in today's age. That's not the asphalt replacement. That's just the coating on the top.
The coating. Okay.
Yeah. And once again, this is a living document. We get there and we're going to look at it real close and say, you know what? It's looking okay. Let's kick that can down the road. We do, when we replace the asphalt on the tennis courts back in 14, 15, we actually toured several other schools. We were getting tips by the designers that we know that are well respected in the tennis court design. And we did some things a little differently than the tennis courts were originally. And I think it's going to extend the actual life of the asphalt, but that coating has a pretty well-known life of about 8 years,
Okay.
I haven't seen, what I'm seeing so far is the places where there are small pieces of aggregate in the asphalt near the surface, moisture gets in the rock, and then it just expands and freezes in the winter and blows up a little bit. I mean, these materials aren't impervious. There aren't many things that we have for buildings really impervious. You just got to learn how to manage it, the moisture penetration. And, you know, as another year or two cycle go by, that might just escalate, and that might be the reason that we need to do that. We don't see whole areas peeling up or anything, just little flecks here and there. But we do have expansion joints that we have repacked, try to get it done every year, but there's not many qualified people. It's more like every 2 years to try to keep the moisture out from underneath. And as asphalt matures, it shrinks, and sometimes that's why it cracks, and that's why we have those joints that we provide a flexible fill in. There's a grid of those kinds of soft joints, if you will, in the surface.
The other thing I did not see on here, or didn't find it, had to do with the football stadium. Are there anything, because we haven't gone through a full life cycle on the field, the track, even the bleachers that are on the home side?
The track resurfacing is in there, Paul. This is another reason to have that other section in the back, sorted by task, where you can find that, and it makes it a little easier. They're all sorted by the kind of task alphabetically, but it's back in the back.
Okay.
The track resurfacing, when the board worked with us to want to consider the surface at the high school, we chose for our high school to have a higher quality installation. This was a 10-year cycle. Believe it or not, 10 years is right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the reality is, not looking all that bad. It could use some white lines to be painted on there pretty soon. I check with the athletic director every year. How's he feeling about this? Because well, the contractor that put it in was, we were really lucky. Track Surface is noted to be one of the best around. They wanted our job, and they just threw in for kicks. We promised to restripe it for you the first time for free. I never forgot that. I got the letter on file.
Okay.
And the Pop retired, but I talked to his son Aaron all the time and said, you know, the guy's coming. And the stadium turf is really, the actual turf there is by far not, you know, probably the most expensive for that kind of an installation. But that rug is about $800,000 to replace. And I asked when it was put in, I says, well, what's the life cycle for that? Oh, you should probably expect about 12 years. That's 2025. However, Field Turf came to us a few years ago and called me and said, you know what, we just happened to be in the area and we looked at your field, and some of the little green tufts of plastic grass blades, if you will, look like they're getting a little loose there. We'd like to remove all the rubber infill and re-glue the whole thing. Oh, what's that going to cost us? And they said nothing. Standing behind our installation. And it was just, I'm like, wow, because we were almost on a cycle of pulling the rubber out to clean it. You have to do that once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't have to do that. And they re-glued the whole thing, and it's just performing great. So we should probably kick that can down the road for a while, I'm guessing. But I put it on there for now where the expected life cycle, the predicted life cycle is. But as that approaches, it's a good chance you can kick that can down the road.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the committee or anybody, actually just anybody else have questions?
I don't have any questions. You know, you've been doing this for a long time. You got a comprehensive list. It's extremely useful to help forecast our potential outlays for this, and I appreciate how you put it together very much. And again, I know what you're saying about not wanting, with the bidders, and I think we've not ever had an issue with that before when we pull the plug. So I mean, we'll see how that goes, but I mean, from my standpoint, you would go ahead and do it, and whether the board ultimately approves it or not, that's a decision to be made at that time based on the merits of it and the cost. But I think it's still, in my opinion, we just still go forward with that stuff and go through the process. But it's okay to disappoint a vendor every once in a while if that ends up being the case. I understand it doesn't create goodwill with them, but we've not created ill will with any of them in the past. So
only the ones that did service well.
Right. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right.
I just wanted to add that I'm only going to do this one more time. Kevin sitting back there worked very closely with putting this one together for me, and we'll do that again next year. Maybe he'll do this, but so I appreciate the opportunity to And this board has been very proactive, more than any place I've ever worked, wanting to preserve these facilities to the good condition that it is. I mean, money was really tight when they built these buildings. They weren't built like Cadillacs. They look really good because we continue to invest in keeping them up. I hope the district will continue to do that because they are fine facilities.
Yeah, I've had numerous people tell me about the quality of the facility, but more so, think the comments have been, I can't believe the buildings are X number of years old already, for people that have lived here for a long period of time, because it just doesn't show. And that's credit to you and the other people in the department who keep our building and facility in the tip-top shape, and things like this so that we can proactively manage situations instead of reactive, because these condensers, these air conditioners, air handlers, controllers, you don't just walk into the store at Home Depot and say, yep, sell me this and I'll go install it. It's a far more complex operation, as you well know. So it's a credit to you in the way that you've managed all of this through the years and continue to do so. And we'll pass it on to Kevin there in the back who's smiling and, can continue to do what you do and do so well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Pittman for the legislative committee.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. I don't have any updates there unless you've got anything. No, I think, yeah, they're on recess right now, so no damage done. We'll move on to number 10, Board of Education. The first thing up is any comments about the minutes that have been supplied. I know we had a chance to review them. Anybody have any comments for that? Any issues with moving those forward? Good. And then 10.2 is the board discussion, or really any items that we want to bring up around new business. So if there's any points to bring up for future meetings, now would be a good time to do that. Good. All right. So we'll move forward to that. And the next one, I'll be handing it over to Ms. Lombard, but I'm going to say a couple words here about this. This is, at least in my opinion, one of the things we have to spend a bit of time here discussing, which is the student behavior that's happening in the schools. The one thing I have learned very clearly in taking this role is that the behavior of students is not moving in what I would consider the right direction over the last 5 years. And by that, and I know we're going to hear from a lot of different viewpoints here, but we need to figure out a way to do better than this. And I think in some ways, it means we're going to, at least as a board member, I support more real consequences for kids when they make poor decisions that might affect staff or other students, to try to help correct that behavior. I'm not looking to make the schools, a terrible place to be for students, but I really think we need to do that. And at least as a board member, I support the administration and the staff in putting some of these in place. So if one of the things that I hear quite often is, well, the parents are just going to call and complain and not allow detention to happen. Or the parents are always going to say, my child will never do that. Well, in some ways, we need to kind of stand our ground and say, if this consequence is appropriate, we need to actually enforce it. And that may be the best thing for the student and for the parents to learn and for the culture of the school. Because this is affecting staff, it's affecting other students. I don't think this is a large minority in the school. I think it's a small number of kids, but the problem is when we don't address the issues, it grows and more kids start taking that on. So that's my perspective, and I'll take my fully pulpit moments to kind of reflect on that, and then I will hand it over to Ms. Lombard.
I'm actually not going to play ping pong with my head up here. I'm going to go stand up there and we'll put it over. Dr. McCrindle's going to drive the presentation and we'll go from here.
And as she's getting set up for this, I think you've been working pretty much all summer on prepping for this and doing a lot of different things to talk through.
Yes, there's been quite a bit of work that started in the spring based on a variety of different data points. Our Learning and Innovation Department has done quite a bit of work this summer on putting together a lot of what we'll be talking about tonight, We have over the last couple weeks, as our administrators are coming back for this upcoming school year, a lot of that work has been rolled out, a lot of PD going around there, and we've got some visuals to show you just of some of the things that have been done to kind of show what are we seeing, where are we going. I would say that probably all of us would agree with a lot of the comments that were just made or things that we've heard in the spring, that behavior management, discipline, that student behaviors has shifted over the last few years of what we are seeing in our buildings. And it's shifted in earlier grades than we've ever seen it before. And so one of the things that is difficult is to not say that people are turning a blind eye to it, or they're not handling it, they're not doing. It was so new and different in some of these areas. It was hard. We went through growth a long time ago about just keeping up with enrollment. There were things with our student behaviors that we were seeing, and in the buildings, in classrooms, and at the administrative level of just keeping up with trying to manage those. Some of the things that we know about a behavior management system, we weren't able to get into place for that clear expectations and consistency based on the new behaviors that we were seeing. So this summer we've been able to take a look at what we're doing to get things out there that are going to be very clear for our students, for our parents, for our staff, for our administration, for the board, and kind of moving forward. And so, yes, quite a bit of work. There's a number of individuals that, I don't want to say all their names, I'll forget somebody, but the majority of our audience here has really worked on a lot of what we're going to talk about today. So, purpose of the presentation today, to review high-level Huntley 158's practices and policies related to student conduct. What do we have in place? Where are we going from here? Briefly review some of the information from the 2022-23 school year. Each of the buildings did do specific data at parent meetings in the spring. Wish those would have been a little bit more attended, and we will try to encourage. Mr. Bittman, you talked about we want to get more parents engaged, and we will try different ways to be able to get the voices at the table to be able to have that. And it's something I know all of our buildings would welcome as well, of that partner and collaboration. To provide insight on the work that's been done this summer and how we'll continue that through the school year, how we see that should be making an impact on our behavior management, ultimately the students' discipline and behavior. To build an understanding and open lines of communication around behavior management and discipline with all of our stakeholders. And then to address just some myths and misconceptions around behavior management and discipline here within Huntley 158. So we'll start with the why, right? There's some obvious whys of why we're talking about behavior management, but looking at some components through research, why is behavior management a key focus? Well, poor academic performance is linked to behavior skills. Research shows that students with low academic performance have significantly greater social, emotional, and behavioral difficulties. We are going to, through some of our data, be able to see how some of these student behaviors may or may not be impacting whole classes or grade levels or buildings. And so we're really enthusiastic about getting that dashboard to be able to touch on that. Several studies have found that students experiencing disruptive behaviors are more likely to miss school. That's that anxiety component. We had a few months back the trauma-informed practices presentation, and so not just the student maybe who is being disruptive, but also those students who are also being impacted. And I'll go a step further. A lot of this is focused because it's the student behavior, but it's the adults too, right? How are the adults in the situation also impacted by that? Suspended students face greater risk of arrest. It's that school to prison pipeline based on discipline components. We talked about that loss of instructional time. We're seeing that across the nation. The 2 hours and 24 minutes average instructional time lost per week due to behavioral disruptions is not our data. That's national data there, but we do know that it is impacting in certain classrooms more times than in others. Damaged relationships, and then obviously we've seen it, right? It's giving negative perceptions or narratives about our district, and there's so many great things that are going on. We want to shift that narrative, and how do we help that small population of students that may be having these disruptive behaviors and give them the tools necessary to change that behavior. So again, a blueprint for effective behavior management consists of 3 components. That clear and concise, the what. Define consistent district-wide set of conditions required for positive student behavior, so students, teachers, everybody knows what's expected and what to do. The compelling why, not only for teachers, but for the parents, administration, why behavior management needs to be a top priority. We couldn't adjust some of these because this came from the EAB research that we participated in last school year on that, so I'll ad-lib and add some additional wording in there. And then that support, how will we provide this adequate training, professional development, embed these supports? Maybe it's resources of staff that we have and that are capable of managing that behavior. So when we talk about behavior, behavior is a noun. It's an action, it's an activity, or it's a process which can be observed and measured. Our beliefs about behavior. If we go to our student handbook, there's a variety of different phrases, beliefs, responsibilities in each one of our handbooks that shows that this has been a priority from the time, probably schools existed. However, it's time for us to revamp and go back and look at. Discipline has changed, student behaviors have changed, society has changed. And so one of the things that we'll get to later is how we'll go ahead and review what do we believe about discipline, what do we believe about student behaviors, what do we value, and have those consistent across all of our levels here, but have inputs from all of our stakeholders, including our students. So this is an area that's in there. We can rely on it because it does talk about the things that we can do, but it is time for that revamp, and we'll be getting up to that. Again, through EAB, educators universally across the nation are concerned about behaviors. So pre-pandemic, they show that there was 70% of teachers, since then, 70% of teachers have observed increase in behavior disruptions. From the 2014-15 to the 18-19, they are taking data from districts that we're probably going to see that increase when we're looking at the 22-23 school year. And 84% of all respondents agree that students are developmentally behind in self-regulation, relationship building compared to 2 years ago. And it's easy to say, well, they were out of school for a couple of years, but we also know that there are other factors that do impact that. So not all of these are things that we necessarily see on a large scale in our district, but there's been a change in society. There's a decline of free play and physical activity. When we think about that outside of school, my children were little and they wanted to go play. Mom, can you schedule a play date? Go outside, right? They're right down the street. There's so much structure for students now, and we're even seeing that in our schools. And so one of the things that our Learning Innovation Department is looking at is changing how our schedules look, especially in the elementary early, of adding more of that time that's a little bit unstructured so that they can just explore, they can problem solve with one another, they can work on those social skills. It is required by law, but I think we were ahead of the game on that and bringing that component back to what do our kindergarten, first grade classrooms look like. We have more exposure to technology today than when we were growing up. I feel like we're always having to engage, and sometimes we're getting up here listening to me talk. This might not be the most engaging component as to something that kids might be looking at on their technology devices, but we're competing with that. So what can we do in terms of our instructional practices, what we are doing with resources down the road? What are we doing with devices in terms of, you brought up cell phone policies, and we'll touch on that one in a little bit, with those kind of pieces. There's increased academic pressures on, I need this to get to this next level, and so the anxiety, the components that are there. There's potentially changes in family structures. Maybe with some of our students, they're coming in without the basic needs that they have, and so that's a worry, and are expressing those in some different behaviors than we had been used to. But this one strikes me the most, it's the why in our district. So as part of something with our climate and culture, was also as we looked at our PD planning for the future, of making sure we were asking staff what were some of the additional PD opportunities or things did they feel they needed to be effective in the classrooms today. That continued component on social emotional learning, and then behaviors in classroom management. And so that's where some of the shifts are going to have, and not just one and dones, and we'll talk about those in just a little bit. Again, the why here in our district, we see that it's a problem in society. As much as I would love to write a book to change that in every neighborhood, in every school district, we can't do that, but we can have an impact what happens here in Huntley 158. So some of the things, again, this is all embedded. It's practices that we have, it's written in handbooks, but you've seen our handbook. We had, you know, those discussions. How much are people really going in and seeing those pieces? How can we get it in very clear, concise expectations? And then what would that response be if those expectations are being met? So again, clear, concise communication for all of our stakeholders, consistent, equitable responses to our behavior. That's something that we've heard is maybe there have been some inconsistencies on that. Part of that could be perception based on if they don't have all the data. And again, we'll talk about who needs that information and how can we make those. But can we make that a little bit more, we said have commonalities, because each one might have to look a little different dependent on the student's needs. Teacher morale. You guys have heard it, we'll probably hear it in a little bit. We know that, and it since coming back from 2020, that is an area that we really, really all need to work on. Impact on school and district culture, environments conducive for learning, and then the consistent reporting of behavioral responses, meaningful, actionable data. So now the what. So we'll just highlight a few of the things, not all the numbers that the schools presented there, but in some of our top behavior infractions in 2020, 22, 23 at the elementary, and you're going to see some commonalities. Defiance, insubordination, disrespect from our youngest students all the way up. Again, it is not all students, but we are seeing more of that in the earlier ages, and the level of what that looks like. Physical and verbal aggression has increased over previous years. Again, not that it's widespread, but even one large disruption or one classroom that's impacted is impacting a number of students around that and the staff that are working with the students or in that building. And those are those classroom disruptions. Not that we don't have others. These are just the top areas. Middle school, what usually starting as horseplay, goofing around in the locker areas or in the hallways or the lunchroom. Lunchroom, I would say, is the biggest area at middle school. Turns into some of that physical contact, and it's fun and games until it's not, right? That horseplay gets out of control, and then you hurt me a little too much, and then we react. Defiance and subordination and disrespect again. Peer conflicts. Some of these are stemming inside of school, and some are stemming outside that's now being shifted in. We'll get to that social media down there in a minute, and that cafeteria behavior at the middle school. Through some of our open forums last year, we had some staff that shared some different ways about maybe giving that release, sitting during a whole class period when it takes maybe 10 minutes to eat their lunch. Now they got a lot of time to be active in a very small spot. And so have talked about, are there ways that we can take them outside and do some of those things so that, again, they have a little bit of that unstructured time. And at the high school, again, you're going to see that disrespect and subordination, the defiance, skipping classes, right? Attendance is a big thing, but it's not that our kiddos are just not coming to school. They're coming to school and maybe not going to the class. We, 2 school years ago, not this one we just finished, the one before, we had to do a reset on that. And it made an improvement, but still not enough. That's an area we want to continue to tackle. And vape devices, right? So that's something we all have to come around together, and that's going to start in the home on that piece of that. But some of the things that we're doing curriculum-wise early on, hopefully will make some changes that we're seeing there. And it's not just the nicotine vape devices, the THC is society. It's easily accessible now. What are we doing to not only give support to our students, but to try to change that behavior? Social media, especially at the middle school and high school, is impacting a lot of the behaviors that are happening outside in the neighborhoods. Could be boyfriend-girlfriend situation, friend groups, athletic things, and they are being brought into the school system. We're going to continue doing a push, but we partner with a company called Smart Social. They have cutting edge, always changing. When you think you've got the, what is it? It's not Twitter anymore, it's X, whatever. When you think you've got something going, it's going to change in a moment. And our kids are way more savvy than we are. And so the courses that they have that are easily accessible, we're pushing it out to parents. We would love to get the utilization of that up. And we've seen some families who are also doing that, where they'll watch it, then they'll sit down and watch it with their child. When you're talking middle school, they don't understand the ramifications of that and to be able to sit down and do. A difficulty we have with a lot of the social media components are because they're outside of school, it's hard to show that nexus of how is it really impacting. Yep, the kids all go to school there, but the laws when it's where can we intervene as opposed to maybe the school resource officer, the local police departments, all of those, it all goes to that nexus component. However, once it's becoming that disruption, it is something that we can step into. We really would love our families and our students to feel comfortable with our campus resource officers to have some of those discussions. That's something that they can help partner with. We've got the intergovernmental agreements with all three of the departments to be able to say, hey, what are you seeing? What are we seeing? So that we can maybe get out ahead and be proactive of those components. Because of some of the things that maybe families are shifting, not a lot, but may say, okay, I get the school can't do this, and maybe aren't going to that school resource office, campus resource officer, might be going over to the local police department. Yep, the entities are right there. We have seen some stay away orders or restraining orders, if you will. I know that that's usually for relationships, but so I'm going to have that terminology a little bit wrong, but we have seen a few of those, and we have to sit down and we work with any of the parties that are involved in that. We will work with what are we able to do in terms of classrooms that they might be in or schools that they may be in and those kinds of things. And so that partnership here is really, really good, and case by case we're able to work on those things, but we will comply with that. But if we can get our students and families building that relationship with our school resource officers, we can be proactive on those events before it has to escalate where they would have to feel that they need to go out and work with the local entities. So something I just want to kind of go a little bit about, I see the one is covering our communication point, but that's okay. So it's kind of just high level, what is our discipline process? We become aware of a situation. Typically that's at the building level. Sometimes it's over here. Sometimes it's in the classroom. It might be right away, but a referral. Campus supervisors might see something. It might be a simple text or a gaggle alert that we get notified of. It could be our bullying hotline. Campus resource officers may be coming in and talking about things that they're aware of and that we need to be aware of. Our support through our counselors, our social workers, case managers, meeting with the deans, just direct communication from our parents or our students. There's a lot of different ways that we become aware of that. And that jumps us into that investigation component. So through that, we have a process of how our administrators at the various levels should be taking statements, doing interviews, what type of questions should we be asking to be able to get to this information. We've got cameras in all of our buildings. We're able to access those and to be able to pinpoint different things or be able to take a tip from there and be able to hone in on that, both inside and outside. It doesn't cover every area, but it's pretty good. And when we find that there might be an area that has a hot area and we don't have view on that, we can talk with Mr. Dean and we can work through getting, some of that area through, cameras and whatnot. We'll have searches, those are hands-off searches. There's just other different things that we can do with that investigation. I want to be clear that during that investigation, that's our administrators, not our campus resource officers. They are part of our team, but for very different reasons, they need to step away from that component. If it is becoming something with an illegal activity, those things are turned over to them at that point. Through that investigation, there should be consultation with teachers, counselors, social workers, case manager, campus resource officer, parents, deans, administration, could be other students, to be able to get a full picture of what's going on. And then the decision. I think one of the things that oftentimes has been forgotten is a teacher can make a decision to have some type of a response or a consequence. I'm going to pick on Julie. So Julie is talking out in class. We've had some conversations. We've been working on these kinds of things. I can talk to her and say, Julie, we've had a warning. We've tried this. I've separated you here from Amy. We're doing all these things. I need you to stay after class. I'm going to have an after-school detention. I call home. We do all of those things. So there are points where teachers can have. Now, what shouldn't happen is I say, Julie, I'm going to give you that after-school suspension. Dr. Beelan, you're going to supervise that, right? No, that's a different level when we get to the office managed, but there are consequences that our teachers can give, and I think maybe that's an area that when kids came back after the pandemic, we welcomed everybody in. We wanted people back, and so some of those expectations, again, across the nation, kind of blurred a little bit, and we want to make sure our staff knows what they can do and which things that they should be doing. Again, those clear, concise, hey, this is teacher managed and this is office managed. And then we get into the communication section of that. We need to communicate with a variety of stakeholders. There's been a little bit of confusion, and we will make sure through back to school meetings and those things, there's a fine line in some cases of what information we can and cannot give to people. We know we've got confidentiality, right? But some of the work that we're going to do is going to help parents see how we might handle a situation, and so they won't necessarily have to ask, well, what's happening to this other child? Some of our work will help with that. We want to make sure teachers, if it's a team of teachers who are working with a student, that they should have that information to be able to say, hey, we're 7-2, this is going on, what are you seeing, and be able to say, yep, this happened in my class, here's our behavior. But again, it's the people who need to know. If I'm 6'3" and I'm way across the room and that's not my student, there may be times, yep, you want to know that, but if it's not impacting the building and it's not impacting their work that they would be doing with that student, it's going to be just shared with that team. Face-to-face, making sure we're getting information to families, getting information. We have email blasts. There's lots of ways that we can communicate. It needs to be appropriate to the situation. I think a phone call is always best. Email's fast, but if I send an email about something, I'm probably not going to be around when that person opens it. Now they're, wait, what's going on? Jessica did what? How? They want that information there. And so a quick thing, if I want to, send something that's just very basic information, that email might work with that. But to have that phone call probably is best. But also that circling back. We had some situations at some of our elementary schools towards the end where we had to have lockdowns, right? And so one of the things we worked a little bit on, we know we can't give identifiable information, but what is that line on how can we give parents and staff just a little bit more to know, we found out this, here was maybe the root cause or the why that it happened, and how we're handling that. Again, I'm not calling out a person's name, what they did, and giving their consequence, and we shifted that a little bit. In those cases, we have to work with our local police department, same kind of communication that goes back and forth and is checking so that we are making sure confidentiality. But can we, yes, be better at how we communicate different situations to help people be a little bit more at ease? So those are some things that hopefully we will everybody will see some differences with. Spectrum of consequences, responses. I'm trying to shift the word to response rather than consequence because it always sounds negative there, and there are times that we have to do a couple different things, but we've got restorative types of responses and consequences, consequential, and then maybe privilege incentives that might be removed. So there's a variety of things. What's important here is these go hand in hand. Not one is more important necessarily than the other. The restorative part is going to be important because it's changing or should be changing the behavior of that individual. But depending on the level of what happened, there may need to be a more severe consequence that goes hand in hand with that. And I think that that's one of those myths or misconceptions that may have been out there. And again, we want to make sure all of our staff, administrators, and teachers, other support staff, and whatnot know, hey, what does it really mean, and how do we do this hand in hand? Senate Bill 100, lots of myths and misconceptions about that. It's like it's the negative word. It's not negative in its purpose and whatnot, and how can we shift that? So in Senate Bill 100, amended student discipline provisions in the school code with the intent to keep students in school and decrease those exclusionary practices to the most extent possible. There are going to be times that it does have to happen. And this shifted in 2016. This wasn't within the last couple of years that shift happened. And it requires schools to limit, but there's not like a, oh, you can't go over 10 or something like that. The number and duration of out-of-school suspensions and expulsions, again, to the greatest extent possible. We have to show that we are also trying other interventions to keep the student in school if we can and shift that behavior. Schools are encouraged to use non-exclusionary discipline prior to suspending students. Suspensions or expulsions can only be used for legitimate educational purposes and a case-by-case basis. So, a little graph here shows, again, that those things in kind of a timeline here. Some things that we have to be able to do or show is if we are doing a suspension of 1 to 3 days, it needs to fit a couple criteria. It is either a continued presence of a safety threat or poses that continued disruption to the learning environment. From days 4 to 10 should only be after other appropriate and available behavioral and discipline interventions have been exhausted, and continued presence poses a safety threat or substantial disruptions, impedes or interferes with the operations of the school. Now, that's kind of that in a gist, but there are some other things that we would have to show and be able to look at there. There are going to be times that you can't say, I had no idea Jessica was going to do that, so how could I have intervened? And then you can jump through some of those components to say, well, I can only give an intervention or be proactive if I thought that might be happening. So again, we know that there are times that that has to occur, but if we can keep students in the learning environment, obviously that's best for their social skills and their academic skills. And then if a child has an IEP or Section 504, or I would say as under that umbrella of child find, we need to think about some of these other components. This is really brief on there. This could be a whole night section on just the discipline with that, and maybe it's something we talk about later, but we need to make sure that we are conferring if there is a situation with district special education or district Section 504 staff that knows the student, knows those components, maybe has the history and background before we make a disciplinary decision. Okay, so does something in their IEP or 504 say something about discipline? Many of our students, it says they are subject to the standard discipline. Okay, great. We've checked it out though. We also want to make sure that they have someone from their team part of that due process, right? Somebody is in there that might know a little bit more about their disability. I may have auditory processing, receptive processing. The way those questions might be asked by somebody who might not be trained, they've got someone there who can assist with that investigation process or due process there a little bit. And then we should always be asking ourselves, does a manifestation determination review need to occur? Sometimes that answer is going to be no. Some of you may be asking, what is that? What is that MDR? Others are like, totally know what that is. But that team would look and say, does this relate to their disability and their eligibility? And there's a variety of different things that we would look at for that. Because if it does, we are limited in what we can do. One of the things that I know we are enhancing is we're real good on the academic side of MTSS and providing interventions and supports. Everybody's working on the behavioral side here, again, because there aren't as many interventions that are out there. And often that perception is, well, that one behavior might not have impacted academically them, and so do I really need to convene as an IEP team? Well, depending on the level of that team probably should get together, including the parent, to sit down and look at, is additional data or supports needed? Where do we go from here? If I asked that question, there was nothing in my IEP or 504 that says something about discipline, maybe I'm subject to the school and district discipline, but this is a behavior I've done now a couple times. That team should be coming together to see, again, we need to look at additional supports because now something is changing in Jessica's world and we need to go through that. So that was in a nutshell, and I'm sure Dee Dee's like, and do this and do this and do this, but that's kind of that component high level there. So let's look at dispelling some myths or misconceptions that are out there. I know that there's a lot out there. Some people think these, some people do not. So there's no accountability for student behavior. I can tell you our data shows differently. We do have some situations where that was escalating. There have been a variety of in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions. We talked about some of those end-of-the-year reports. There were years I never had to put at some of our elementary that we had an out-of-school suspension. The only building that we didn't have some of that in was our ECC, and by law, I can't do that anyway. So there are times that the administrators, the teams are working towards that, along with a variety of other strategies, interventions, and things that are going on. So there is that accountability. Again, there are some situations that we hadn't experienced before, and with many of them, we're going through the process we just talked about before. And there are some things that our special services department will be looking at with timelines and supports, how much information can be shared so that things don't escalate or take a long period of time before we can address those. Restorative practices is just a conversation. Kids say, I won't do it again, and we move out the door, and then they're back in the classrooms and no response is happening with that. So again, restorative practices aren't intended to remove that accountability. Students still have accountability for their behaviors, and it's often used for some of those school rules where something has been harmed to a community member, property, and they are held to that accountability. Yeah, the most common is where we're going to sit down with a couple students to talk about what happened and try to fix that or repair that, but it could be, I created a ruckus and a mess in the cafeteria, and I'm sitting down and writing an apology or having a conversation with the custodian, right? How can I repair some of those kinds of things? Maybe it's, I destroyed somebody's property, how am I going to fix or repair that? And again, there can be another consequence that goes side by side with that. Are there times that it's appropriate, that it is a conversation? Maybe it's a Vape Educate that they're also going through, or there's, we had some things at some of our schools where students were, some of their comments were not very nice. And we were sitting down going through some of our videos and things that kind of help educate them on what they said and why it was inappropriate and how that can shift. That works for some. Others might need to go to that next level depending on how they respond to things. Myth number 3, we're not going to say there's not an issue, right? We've got some things that we're tackling and addressing there. How widespread or what that is There are things that the high school are doing. It's not okay, but when we look at our data over the last 5-6 years, the number of incidences is relatively flat. It's too many for me as a mom, as an educator, and all of those things, but we're shifting a lot of that curriculum proactive early on. We can't start addressing it when they're in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. Situations are already, behaviors are already there. So some of that proactive component that's changing in our health programs, some of the programs that we do with our campus resource officers, things that we're going to be bringing parents in on Huntley University, Parent University topics. And later, Dr. Beelan can kind of address some of those things that they're doing with bathrooms. One thing that you're going to, well, you approved it last month, or you saw the charge on there, is at the middle school level. We're just starting it there. The bathrooms and the locker rooms will have our vape detectors in there, right? Again, to try to curb some of that, and then stopping some of that before it moves on to the high school. You've seen, this board has approved the partnership that we have and extended the hours that we are doing with our Partners for Prevention to be able to give those supports to students and families. So again, we want to acknowledge it. Is it that it's all over the high school? Again, there's pockets of that, and the things that the high school are doing there. And then we've already talked about Senate Bill 100 doesn't allow for consequences. It absolutely does. We need to make sure that we are continuing that professional development for those who are giving those consequences, so they are comfortable saying, okay, can I do this or can I not? Because part of that spend philosophy that's shifted over the years. It's not that they don't want, it's how do we shift that? So we're going to move on to talking about all the things that we learned over the years through what we saw on our data, what we heard when we did our open forums, what our building administration has said about the struggles that they've had and challenges, talking with parents, talking with students, talking with staff, on what do we do moving forward here. And so a lot of that's going to focus on the environment of the classroom and of the building, and a lot of that set from the district level. So we'll start with a quote here: when a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. Right? What can we do to shift what's going on and how we respond to that? We know that there are 4 ingredients of positive student behavior. That environment, we want to make our students and all the other adults feel safe, feel supported, feel engaged in what's going on, and feel connected. Again, not just in that classroom, but in the building as a whole. And so there are ways that we can tackle that. So a lot of the work that we've done this summer is shifting and taking what's there, what have we learned, and redefine a consistent district-wide set of conditions. One of the open forums I was at, she said, why do we get rid of the policy? The policy is still there. We need to make sure we're back to enforcing the policy and doing those things. And so one of the, PBIS, we had the 4 pillars, if you will, to be respectful, be responsible, be safe, be involved. That kind of shifted over time, but based on our data, based on conversations from administrators, it was a recommendation coming from the buildings. We always want people to feel safe and be safe, but we saw more things where people weren't feeling that way. And we put it back in there so it is very visible to everyone. This is a focus of all of ours. Our K-8 champs, launching a culture of learning, and then launching that again at the high school with some champs embedded in there. And we'll talk a little bit about what champs looks like. But one of the components there is the intentional focus on STOIC. And what is that? So each of those letters is focusing on that environment piece, structuring classrooms for success, and I'll say structuring buildings for success, teaching expectations, observing student behaviors, interacting positively, and then correcting fluently. So here's just an example of one. This one is elementary, right? Or one of, yep. And so looking at, this is part of what we are training in our buildings those first 2 days about a lot of these pieces. How do we structure our classrooms to prompt responsible student behavior, physical arrangement, scheduling? We talked about how we're shifting, giving some of that unstructured time to the kindergarten and first grade classrooms, hopefully we see what that's working and we look at how do we do that in other grade levels. How do we teach expectations? How are we observing and monitoring? How do we interact positively? And again, what are we doing to respond to behaviors that are happening in there calmly, consistently, briefly, and immediately? But it's not just on our teachers, and so then we have our STOIC for our leadership too. How do what they set, that structure? There are clear expectations for our staff. And again, that's a lot of conversation we had here. And as you can imagine, right, different views on thoughts. You hear the word crisis, we have different interpretations of that, different interpretations of physical contact and those things. Provide staff with the materials, resources, and support, whether that is other staff support or professional development. And then designing a system for checking in with staff on a regular basis to assess progress as need, including that process for communication that we talked about and how important that is. Teach staff, and I'll just say again, because the teachers are then teaching the students, sometimes it might be an administrator doing that if that's part of the intervention or strategy that's happening. How to communicate clearly those expectations, teaching the tools, all of those things. So again, this whole area, but again, it's not just on the, you have to set expectations for teachers that we aren't doing as administrators, and then obviously how are we supporting over here from the district office and providing these things so it trickles all the way down for the students. So, Chance, it's like, oh gosh, is that one more thing new? It's new on my plate, but it really is not new. And so, Dr. Zare, can you be Vanna for a moment? Please. Okay, so this is just one example, and some of you are like, how does that relate to the high school? Okay, well, there's going to be different ways that we incorporate what those visuals look like, but no, back here, Vanna. Okay, so we're different, yeah, all the way back. So different.
We did not reverse
We did not. Well, you moved it, so you get to hold it.
You actually, sorry, you need to spin around because everybody needs.
The audience, the camera, right? So this is for the hallway. Very visual for kids to see. Reminders for the adults as they're coming in and out of the building. These are our expectations. We use this a lot when we had an issue on one of our buses of reminding, because they're little friends, we need to remind what those expectations are. So we have this developed in all of these different areas. There's going to be visuals that will be posted on there. Expectations at the middle school or high school might be done a little bit differently, but they'll still be out there. So thank you, Vanna. And this one's much smaller, so I can hold this. Obviously, these will be done and laminated. This one was done by one of our middle school assistant principals. So even on the bus, right, we have to have bus expectations of what is, does be responsible, be respectful, be safe, and or be involved look like on the bus. So we will have two different levels of that, working with transportation and where to post that. Can't do it on the, windshield, anything like that. We'll get those up there. They're going to be part of that behavior management, rewarding kiddos who are showing these things with coins that then are part of the PBIS things that are happening in the schools. So there's that connect. Bus isn't something different. It's just an extension of the school. And so how do those things impact as well? And so we've got the, how does it connect to it all? Many adults are, okay, now we were PBIS and now we're restorative and then there's trauma. It all goes together. We're really not one district. This should all go under our MTSS framework of how we offer supports. We see the connection, that framework. CHAMPS is a brand of PBIS. It's that approach to school-wide practices and systems that trauma-informed. It takes into consideration those kinds of components. SEL, there's a lot. We've got ruler, there's second step. We do Raterway, advisory. All of that is just, again, building that foundation at our tier 1 and then enhancing what those things look like in tier 2 and tier 3. And then that restorative component, again, setting tier 1, what does that positive climate look like, where we encourage student voice, reduce problematic behavior, all of those kind of components there. So it connects. Don't worry that as they're trained, We don't want them, especially on day 1 and 2, to feel like, oh my gosh, I have to learn a whole new thing. This should show, hey, these are how we're taking these things in a systematic approach so you can support students and we will support you through those endeavors as we go. Some changes with dedicated time and resources for establishing that classroom environment and behavior management. Some updates in some of our units. The launch unit was, I wouldn't say completely revamped, but has been able to be revamped to address some of the things that we have been seeing. That culture of learning in 612. There's a daily SEL time at the K-5 level, and then weekly through advisory and PE. Again, that's tier 1, and if we need to go into those next levels of support, we can do so. So, it's a question, nobody has to answer it. We did through some of our trainings, so ask for responses on that, of what are the consequences of staff or administration making individual decisions about how we define certain student behaviors. What is disrespect? What is this? What is that? Or staff members making individual decisions on how to respond. And I think these are some of the things we have had, not because of bad intent, it's I'm doing what I think is best in this situation. We want everybody to be following these components and giving common or consistent responses or consequences through those things. So what happens when these occur? Well, kiddos, staff, parents, they're confused, they get mixed messages, all those things happen, and now our very clear system is in disarray, and that's where we see some of those myths coming out or misconceptions. So again, it's time to reboot, be real strong getting out of the gate, and then have systematic ways of making sure that we are reflecting on those and making, right, we're not gonna say it at the beginning of the year and never do it again. We know the data we saw in some of those presentations, we know what months they're highest in, we know what locations, and so this is that constant time of coming back and reminding what are those behaviors and how do we respond to those. So the what, this is an example, we won't click on the other, of giving staff expectations of knowing, hey, this should be the things that are teacher managed. How would you report those or document? What should you do in those kind of cases? Based on a variety of different infractions. Up there we've got property or vandalism, was it teasing? No, yeah. Language skills, all of those kinds of things. That's what we're gonna do there. Then it's teacher managed, but maybe it's now we need documentation, especially if this is now something we're saying, ooh, this might become a problem. We may need to give more supports later. Where do we document? What kind of documentation? We've all been at fault of saying, hey, I need you to collect this. 6 weeks later, that was great, but could you collect this time? And now that expands that. So again, what are the things that we need, that data, so that we can figure out what's the best intervention or direction to go. Then those things that are office managed. And then what are those things that the crisis team will do? We, in response, had put some things together about who would be on different crisis teams for, this is a level 1, this is a level 2 crisis, this is a level 3. What we've learned is everybody views what are those differently, and the resources that we had at that time were pulling away some of our support staff who should be giving minutes and things like that. And so taking that and determining at these buildings and these levels, here's who should be responding to this type. Here's who, if this is there, or depending on the student, maybe it's somebody from their team. So very clearly, who are those people that will be responding and how will be responding. And then this is one of my favorites, and I just have to give a shout out to one of our new administrators. So this could have taken really a long time. However, she moved from out of state, and they had done some of this work already, and it was totally in line with the things that we were doing. And so looking at a matrix, and then we were like, oh, hang on, we just saw something that District 47 had worked on and rolling out, and it aligns there. It just looks a little different. And so it was, how do we look at having things, what are our incident types? What's a common definition? Our building administrators at the secondary level, right, deans and the middle school APs had worked on getting, this is our common definition that we're going to start the year with. We have to start somewhere. Okay, what are our levels? I'm going to be going in, and here are the responses that we have in our handbooks that should be, if we're talking about bubblegum chewing, I don't think that's in there, but that's on there. Okay, here's the things you need to do. These are required incidences, and then here's your range, again, for your typical students here of the consequence or response should be somewhere here. Now, there are questions that we're going to ask those response considerations. I know this is a hot topic, but yes, age does matter and how we look at that. It shouldn't matter forever, though, but how we respond at the beginning few things. And then there's other considerations that we need to take into account as we're looking. So there's incident types, definitions, we'll have those range of required and optional responses or consequences. And then what's the re-entry plan? How do we bring the student back into the classroom, even if it was just for a short period of time? Maybe they needed that cool down and it was for a period, they're coming back into that classroom. Maybe it was for a one-day in-school suspension or a lengthy out of school. We've got to be able to re-enter, do that re-entry plan back in so that not only does the student and family know those expectations, that also the staff knows, here are the things that we are going to do. Here's the supports we're going to help you with to not have that happen again, but also to give in as much information as we can, that sense of there's a plan on how we are going to address this so that it may or may not impact the rest of a class or a team. So this is just one example of that. It happened to be defiance, insubordination, and non-compliance. This is a work in progress, but we wanted to show an example of that. So the defiance might be quiet refusal. Okay, the incident definition, alternate activity, head on the desk. Just don't want to participate, what's going on. That's pretty low level. We want to contact that parent for sure. We want to have some type of a conference with the student, the parent. There may be other people pulled in depending on. And then there may be some reteaching, loss of privileges dependent on how long that's happened. Now that defiance has been a prolonged duration, prolonged refusal, refuses with any kind of redirect, loss of instructional time, or now it might be in a crisis or a drill type, or that now that not so quiet refusal, it's now escalated to something that is more noticeable and verbal and impacting the classroom. So again, there's going to be some of those consistent we want to do, and then that range of we may be looking at it in school or out of school for up to these many days or whatnot. So again, it's something that as we look at it, we can say, all right, here's my starting point. Because again, everybody has great intentions, so they think they're doing what's right for their situation, but it might be a little different than what happened similar in another building. We're going to have conversations, scenarios that we just might talk about in team meetings or administrative meetings to problem solve and say, hey, let's throw this one out there. How would you handle it to get some of that consistency? We're great at that when we talk about academics and how we might use a rubric and score something. How do we do that when we are addressing a situation, especially for these situations that are pretty new to us? So moving on with that code of conduct. So the how. Okay, so some of that how is going to be with our CHAMPS training, day one, all staff. We will be surveying, getting information afterwards, hoping that they find this beneficial. It's very engaging. I think it's very timely. It's things that they've been asking for, and it goes with that survey result there. But then that ongoing professional development. It might be in, I believe with this, we're doing that again in October with some components there. Some of that might be all staff. Some of it might be choice type things. How do we utilize some of our early release days and maybe team meetings to have that ongoing professional development, not just about CHAMPS, but in general about behavior management, consistent support from the building administration and the district administration. We need to, again, make sure people know that support is there. That support might have been, yep, we were able to remove that student, we dealt with that there, but we may have to have some of that ongoing support that's going in and checking in, how's that classroom doing and whatnot. and that's through monitoring structures, ongoing walkthroughs. That's a piece that's being worked on and almost finalized. What kinds of things would we be doing if we had a kindergarten classroom that was experiencing this? How are we making sure that we are going back and checking? Again, all good intentions, but every day brings a new situation, and we want to make sure that we are following that back up and monitoring those, because our building administration can then come to us, this is working or this part's not, and what do we need to do from a district level to change part of that system so that they can be supported and then ultimately support down at the classroom level. A behavior flow chart with processes that's consistent across K-5 and 6-12. I didn't put the K-12 component in there because it's going to look a little different of that flow. And then with our ECC and our light, they will have that as well, but maybe it look a little bit different just because of IEPs and things like that again. So not that they're forgotten, but that does look different based on the programs. And then this one's a tricky one, right? It's not that people don't want to call home, but we've had some interactions over the last few years where it's a little bit defensive on the other end. And again, we know it's coming from a good place. This is their baby, whether they're 4 or 17, it's still their baby. And when you say something happened, not my child, right? They would never do that. How do we shift it to say, okay, I'm now calling home, and Ms. Gallagher, you're like, no, not my child. You know, I was surprised too, rather than, yes, they did that, right? It's shifting the language a little bit to partner and be proactive. And so we'll have scripts that if that's what staff need to help feel more comfortable, and it might not just be a classroom teacher, maybe the front office, maybe a nurse, whatever that might be, maybe we'll be sitting down and doing that together so that people are feeling comfortable with that. But we need to have that contact home because we have to partner with the families. We've got to get that component of support. Again, we have great families here. Most of them are doing that. And even the ones who might say, no, they're not going to serve that detention today. We're going to, take them out to lunch or whatever that might be. There's a reason for that, and we need to figure out what's going on and how do we partner there with that component. So here's a sample of a flow log, and this, again, we had it in a different way, but I can quick look, okay, this was a minor infraction and a major infraction, and I know we're okay with keeping it majors and minors. I'd rather it just be, they did this, but that's what our families and our staff are used to, so we'll slowly shift away from that as we get there. But hey, this is a minor, this should be done in the classroom. All right, I asked these questions, here's the thing I try. If it works, great, we're done. If it doesn't, where does it go? So it's kind of that little flow log of where to go. And our middle school one looks just, a middle school, high school one just looks a little bit different, but it's the same way. So we'll go on to, we want your input, right? We want the input of all of our stakeholders. So parent-teacher advisory committees, yep, by the letter of the law, we have them, but how do we utilize them? How can we make those better? So each of the buildings, not just as the PTA component, but having that advisory committee will be established at each building, and then a district-wide steering committee of that. So could be a lot of different topics. Right now, I think the major one is around behavior management, discipline, consequences. We don't want to over-inundate people right now as they're remembering, okay, open house is this day, this is going on there. So shortly after, within the first couple of weeks, we'll be sending out that invite. Here's the purpose. Here's an invitation. Would you like to be considered to be part of that? We would love to have everybody who wants to be involved, but depending on the numbers, we also know we might have to condense that a little bit and then make sure that we're represented from a variety of different aspects. So those two levels will be going out. We want to open the collaborative lines of communication and support early and regularly between home and school. We've got to get that shift so that we have the support and the backing from our families, and that they understand we're trying to help the situation for your student and get them in the classroom, get that learning aspect, but also that social aspect that might be taken away if they're not in the school setting. And then open collaborative lines of communication is essential between our staff and administration. So I think we've got a great relationship with our union, and we'll talk about conversations all the time with that. And often we're working together to how do we make sure that that comfortable level, if I'm the classroom teacher, that I'm okay to go and have that conversation with my building administrator who can effectively and most efficiently tackle that there before it waits till we can get together or we have a meeting. So again, we want to open those lines of communication and have that consistency there. So part of the goals of that parent-teacher advisory committee will be to provide input on what we're going to call that district code of conduct. We have it all embedded in. Last year we heard about bullying and the narrative of there. All that information is there about what interventions do we do, but where to find it? I know where to find it. Other people who might work in the district, but based on the feedback that we were getting for families, we put together a really nice, couldn't be on one page, but little packet that we have. It'll go out at the beginning of the year as a reminder with just the policy and all of those pieces, but that was great feedback, taking that all together. But we want to establish the why, the beliefs, right? Parents and students and staff should be part of developing what do we in District 158 believe about discipline and behavior management. And we will fine tune and create those belief statements so that as we get to that finalization of that chart that we showed, here's the infraction, here's the definition and consequence, we'll be able to have that finalized. I'm just going to show, there's a really nice one that we are borrowing from a neighbor there of just having this as a standalone. It'll embed there, easy to reference. It's not, I have to dig through the handbook and find, but very clear, fits with Senate Bill 100, gets some of that commonality, but does allow for individual differences to be looked at if need be. But it's clear, it's concise, and it's put in easy definitions wording there. So that's where we got for that. Before I get, so I'll end it, and then I want to touch on a couple things that had just come up before. So the three key strategies relate to building relationships with children, setting clear expectations and routines, and maintaining a consistent approach. And I think that's the work we hope that continues through, that staff and parents are able to see. We've got committed, very caring administrators who want to see this change. And as we put these tools there for everyone, we'll get there. And we'll get there sooner rather than later. So that's some components there. Something I just wanted to highlight a little bit. Mr. Braitman, you brought up a cell phone components on there. That is something that we have heard, especially at the secondary level. Elementary, they may carry them, I don't know, but they're usually not out, right? So they're following the policies that are in the handbook. Things, and the wording varies a little bit, but the gist on all three handbooks is our cell phones, smartwatches, other electronic devices should be out of sight while you're in that learning environment. And there may be opportunities based on what that instruction looks like. Maybe there's something in math or chemistry that is very appropriate for them, but they'll come out if the teacher says that it's okay for an instructional type purpose. Dr. Beelan, I'll pick on you. One of the things we talked about on Tuesday, right? A lot of staff have those, what are they, the clear things with a little device. I think they look like shoe racks, but no. But so that piece where they can go ahead, you walk in, your cell phone goes in there. I might say, Jessica, I know you've got a cell phone. If it's out of sight, out of mind, I'm not going to make them put it in there. But that might be the place that they park it because they may have it on them when they're in the hallway. Okay, put it here. It needs to stay there. And so Tuesday, we were in the administrative meeting. If we need to purchase those for every room in there so that everybody has it, so be it. Is going to share that with staff on there. So again, it's a visual. We're all doing it the same. We do need to hold our colleagues accountable if I'm like, yeah, it's okay, and I'm not saying first time's a warning, put that away, second time it's this, I'm going to confiscate that, third time might be, okay, now the parent has to come, whatever those levels look like. It's really confusing if I can do it first period, but I can't do it second period. And so again, we need all of our staff working in concert to be able to have that environment where we don't have mixed messages and things like that. So wanted to, let you know that we do have that at the secondary. I'm not sure if they'll look like those pocket charts or how they'll do, but the expectation, and it will be shared with staff and then with students, is that those need to be put away during the learning environment unless that staff member has allowed that, and that should be for an instructional, purpose that's there. And so, yeah, we compete a lot with the cell phones and whatnot's going on there. So, we want to make sure we reset that, and these things are in the handbook. We just need to make sure that we're following through with those things. So, questions?
I have a question.
And I might phone a friend back here.
Absolutely.
So, thanks, friends.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I understand, about being proactive at the middle school with the vape sensors.
Yes.
But one of the top 3 behaviors at the high school are vape devices. So can you kind of speak to why we're not?
I'm actually going to phone a friend.
Yeah.
Mr. Dean, you want to share? We looked at a lot of those components. Part of that was for exactly what you talked about. But you want to share a little bit about some of the decisions?
Jessica, before you go there, you want a bottle of water? You've been up there talking forever.
I know, I'm rambling,
You want a
but
bottle of water?
I knew it was an important topic. Usually they won't be this long
I
as
know.
on it, so.
While he's speaking, you can have a sip.
Sorry.
Take a sip.
And you didn't ramble. It was a fantastic
Okay, good.
presentation, so thank you for that.
Yeah, we do know that a lot of the vaping is going on at the high school. However, we really wanted to target the younger ages, bring about more education, more awareness to parents as well, and starting it a little bit earlier. And we're also piloting these things in the middle schools. So there's the reason why, obviously less bathrooms, not as many bathrooms.
So is it just a cost reason as well? Because, I mean, if that's one of the top 3 behaviors, it seems to me like that should be a priority of helping discover kids that are vaping and all of that kind of thing.
Yeah, you know, that's an excellent point. However, again, we looked at it from a different type of a lens, as saying we want to kind of hone in on our younger groups, see how everything is going, pilot it, and still concentrate at the high schools with minimizing those opportunities, a lot more supervision within our bathrooms, and still getting boots on the floor and doing those types of things as well. And seeing how it goes in the middle schools, and obviously there are limitations to the vape sensors and what they are. And again, it's another level of supervision, another level of safety that we can add to it. But again, starting small, seeing how large we can grow with it. Again, it's a lot of the educational piece and growth opportunities for our parents, our community, and our students as well. So again, we're not leaving a particular group out. We understand that there is a need and there's an opportunity for us to improve on that area, and we'll continue to do so with supervision of actually men and women supervising those areas.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it was a team decision on that, and just making sure that we're all seeing that we're all in this together. We all have those components. And I think one of the pieces that you also looked at was we got some information from other districts that use it and where was it most beneficial. But if it is something that we're finding, hey, this is great, you may see a recommendation coming, you know, for whatever that cost may be, because if it's working as a deterrent, hey, we're gonna do what we can for those interventions. So.
Correct.
No, it sounds like a very well thought out, structured plan. I was happy to see that you also have incorporated a communication strategy. You know, I think all of us are aware that this is an issue that is prevalent more so in our society, and you could say it's a respect issue, but maybe the lack of respect is just a symptom of a deeper issue. And you pointed out to something that I think is very critical, and that is the uptick that you said in behavior problems with social media, especially in the high school level. And I would encourage the administration to as part of their communication strategy, to get ahead of this and set expectations on a parental level. Let them know that these are policies that have been in place for a very long time. But these are things that are coming down the road this year, especially, that we're going to be taking a specific focus to. And let the parents know as well that these are things that will take place. And maybe those phone calls won't be such a shock to the system. And, you know, with social media, that's really where a lot of these conversations need to take place. Kids can't get away from a bully who is in school, but they go home and they are faced with social media, you know, they may not even know who their bully is because they're using a pseudonym or a fake account to post disparaging remarks against someone in their class. And you know what, a lot of times that starts at home. They see their own parents doing the same thing because they're tethered to their accounts. So it is a cultural shift, and it's something that I think we should hold ourselves to and our children to higher standards in order to combat.
Thank you for those comments. And when we look at communication, you know, Mrs. Barr has done a lot of research on different pieces of communication. It's your background, it's your expertise there, and parents want to hear from teachers first, then maybe the school, and not so much from the district, but we are going to be implementing so that there is a monthly newsletter that goes. One of those first things will be after, I think it's going out on the 20th. We figured Sunday nights is the best time to push those out. So in that first communication are going to be some reminders of some of these key policies. And so we'll add that. That's a great idea of what are some of the main focuses that they should expect to see. So it's not a surprise if they get that call, but it's also showing from every level, we're supporting the buildings to support the teachers to support the kids ultimately. And I know you started it off, and we have the support from the board to go down those pieces there. So thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a couple things. First one, regarding the vape issue, I believe there's a change in the state law that now will not be permitting indoor vaping any longer. Is that something that plays into this somehow?
Potentially. When we think, though, about the vapes anyway, sadly, we're seeing more of them that are testing for THC.
Right.
None of them are of age to have that either. So it shouldn't be there. But so those components we are looking at. So we will look into what that is and how that does impact, even if it's the other, you know, piece of that. The other is to...
Because that's an
absolutely
external now influence on this, not just a school district policy or a building policy. Yeah. This is an external component to this, right? Yep. So that to me changes the dynamic of the discussion considerably.
And those are pieces that we can push out also proactively about that support. So it's not just negative, we're picking on something here. These are the things that are impacting. And with that, with some of that piece for the vape, we do try some of that education with that vape educate if it's a first time offense along with a consequence. And those are pretty severe consequences with that because again, we want to try to detour that. We know we're not catching everything when we're looking at controlled substances and whatnot. The kids know, right? We're trying, more utilizing the tip line or sharing, hey, this is in the bathroom or this is that. That information is extremely important for our administration to be able to target those things. But we also know it's that fine line. They don't want to be, the word they're using, I don't want to be the snitch, right? And so how do we do that? But the more information that we have, we can target those pieces. So.
And then the other one is Senate Bill 100. This has been, in my opinion, kind of an enigma for quite some time because it's changed the nature, changed the culture of consequencing students within school districts. Sure. Years ago when we started on the board, we were seeing a lot more consequencing that had to be done at the board level regarding expulsions that were held in abeyance. That just isn't occurring anymore. And yet there is an expectation, whether it's fair or unfair, from parents on social media to say, well, this happened and this kid should be expelled immediately. And the world just doesn't work that way, and yet that's the parental expectation because that's the world in which we grew up in years ago, and so there's an expectation of, well, that's the way it should be. So getting that communication out to say, this is the world that we live in now with the different systems that are in place. I think that what you're saying is very helpful in getting that messaging out. But I think regarding Senate Bill 100 and some of that kind of extensive consequencing also is important to communicate to parents that it's not just an immediate expulsion, darn it, and we're done here. There is more of a due process system that is in place for necessary reasons.
You know, I'm just going to first echo Mr. Troy's. I mean, my experience the last couple of years with SB 100 is that we hardly get any, expulsion hearings. And again, I don't take any pleasure in any expulsion hearings, but the consequences seem to have been muted significantly, and I don't necessarily know that's been for the better. So I know everybody's still trying to feel out what you can and can't do with SB 100, and I think you pointed that out on your slideshow that we need to, you know, I mean, I don't want to say push the envelope, but we need to, if what is happening warrants the student being removed from our mainstream environment, needs more direct care, we should not be shy about doing it, because you're still doing what's in the best interest of that student and what's in the best interest of all students. And so I would encourage us to, you know, again, I'm not looking to push people out of the building, but I want our buildings to be safe, and I want our learning environments to be more intact without the loss of instructional time that has occurred at times here. So I do encourage us to, you know, have those consequences. And that's it. And the other piece is, I've harped on this many years, is the parental involvement. And again, parents, the home situation is 50% of the success ratio of what transpires with our students. And we really need to garner that partnership and support of the parents, making them aware of all the issues, the hurdles that we're having with discipline, and letting them, they need to be proactive in telling their children what their behavior expectations are, and cell phone usage and whatever it might be. We really got to hammer that piece of it to the parents, because we got to have it, and we got to have them in order for this to be successful and move forward with a better learning environment for all.
I just got a comment, or maybe you can even answer it. I was looking at when you have the discipline process, like awareness, investigation, consolidation, or, let's see here. So I was looking at when you put investigation, like statements. Is that like from students, or is that from teachers?
Could be both.
Okay.
Could be, yep.
So is that not, I would think that would be maybe in the first lane of awareness, of a statement from a teacher. Like, would that qualify?
I think when we're looking at that piece, yeah, so they may be coming forward on that, but depending on some levels of discipline or consequences that we may want to issue, we may need to have some of those written statements. So it's more referring to having that documentation. Absolutely, the statement from a teacher saying this occurred is part of that awareness. The statement part would more be the written, I did this is what I witnessed, whatever that might be.
Okay. I mean, like in a situation, maybe not so much, it could be both ways, like a teacher saw a situation, and that could be her statement on that.
Oh, yes, as part of the awareness.
Or a student doing something to a teacher, and it's the initial statement of the victim, so to speak, you know? And
we can add some wording for that if there's to be very clear.
I thought that was just important.
Yes.
Because I think
that's often how we do get situations brought forward to the building level, is this occurred in my classroom, or I saw this in the hallway, and that's that awareness piece. So maybe in that language I had there, we'll shift it over there and kind of differentiate between the two.
I think that would put a little more value on the statement of the teacher, and we're taking their response first.
Sure.
Before we take a student, I think the support would be upped, you know, that way, just in my opinion. Also, for when you talked about SB 100, for the IEPs and the 504s, you specified that in their charts, and I don't know what's in their charts and how to handle like discipline and whatnot. Does it ever go down the road of what's in their chart on how they can treat others, where you don't get across this line?
Oh, they're part of their goals.
I was doing something like that, but I just don't know that.
Sure.
That's why I'm asking.
I've seen goals written around.
Or like, you know, like you're harming others, or you're.
Well, phone a friend over here, thinking of more specifics, but not crossing confidentiality. There you go.
I would say that any student in special education, especially students who are struggling with behavior, we have an obligation to provide direct instruction related to the behavior, the consequence of the behavior. And so it is about teaching and reteaching expectation and giving students the opportunity to learn. And so some of that comes from perspective taking, support from specialized staff to really teach and reteach the skill deficit. So yes, all students in the district receive education and support around the general behavior expectations, and then students with disabilities who have behaviors resulting in an impact to others do have very specific instruction around that behavior. So I think if a student has a specific behavior intervention plan, the instruction is included in every single one of those behavior intervention plans, and it's a specific consideration in their behavior intervention plan.
Okay, so if they're allowed to, for specific reasons, have loosened the reins a little bit just for the struggles or whatnot, or I'm not using the correct language, so forgive me, but as far as like the effect that it has on other students, you know, sometimes I don't know how fair it is for other students to, I don't want to use the word put up with, but be essentially in the way or becoming a victim in another situation by allowing, not firm, you know, like if you can't do discipline firmly, and, you know, I don't know, if you understand what I'm getting at, I'm kind of all over the place in my mind, and I'm like, I don't know how to totally articulate that, so, but I think.
Yes, so there's a lot to unpack specifically around the protections that students with disabilities have specifically in public school. But what I will say is that fundamentally all schools, or all students, right, are entitled to public education in the least restrictive environment. So we are obligated under federal and state law to make sure that we're protecting that. And that doesn't mean that we give students permission to behave and impact others without consequence. So consequence is not simply discipline. Consequence is a meaningful response, and the purpose of the consequence should be to improve student behavior, so there's a decreased impact on that particular student and others. So there are certain rules that we have to follow to support behavior for students with disabilities that are different, but what isn't different is the expectation. The expectation is that all students can manage behaviors that are safe and responsible and respectful. For students with disabilities, we have additional supports that we have to provide so that they can also access their education in the least restrictive environment. So I guess I'm not sure if that answers your question, is because it's not about loosening the reins.
No, and I didn't like that.
I know, and I'm trying to I want to make sure that.
No, and I get what you're saying, but I know how
I was just gonna say, just furthering what you're saying there. I think what you're trying to figure out, and I always do, is where is the differentiation line between the rights that student has versus the rights of all students?
Well, and I know that they can have like a self-contained classroom where a gen ed maybe student doesn't have that opportunity. So it's like, the more you keep them disrupting things, it's just like that, our first goal is just to correct things, or for another time, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I would just say behavior is communication. So our job is to look at that communication and better understand it and make sure that we're providing all of the supports available in the least restrictive environment first. And when students aren't responsive to that, it is our obligation to layer additional support services. Potentially that means removal from one environment to a more restrictive environment. And so we don't take it lightly when a student misbehaves and there's an impact on the classroom. And I think I just want to make clear that I don't think anyone is saying that, you know, behaviors should go unchecked or should be handled, you know, without consequence. But again, the consequence has to be meaningful with the purpose of improving a student's behavior. So it isn't just about the discipline. It's not about just the discipline for any student, and it's especially not just about the discipline for students with special education needs. It's about the discipline and what is the intervention and support and the need the student has. So
I think one of the things, and hopefully I'm not misspeaking on that, we do a good job on collecting the data for, is that behavior maybe changing on what that goal is for the student? What data can we or should we be collecting on the other students there and the impact there? Is there the ACEs, trauma, something there? How do we quantify what does that look at that data to kind of be looking at the whole situation and the placement and all of those things? And I think that's a shift in things that we, are learning as laws change and different components do that. And so if this is something that society is seeing more of, we'll probably see more clarification on that. But to be able to pull all of that data, not just on one student, but that whole environment. What that will look like, I think, is going to be a case by case as we look at what the needs are of the different settings. So
I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, because I know I've heard just different situations about, like, when there's not, like a kindergarten class or a first grade class, and it's just like, those little kids can't understand, what's going on in their chart. So I totally know how this all works. They can only be disciplined this way, and if it's not, I don't know, it's like change for almost a year or 6 months, or that's really hard for kids to understand. You get to act that way, and we get to put up with it, and our learning environment is changed or whatnot. And so I'm like, I just wondered how that works in their little minds to see how can they have a different value on discipline.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our approach is about reentry and what that looks like, and what we're doing, not just about the consequence that a student might receive, but also what are we doing to support the reentry of that student individually, the reentry for the classroom, the teachers. So I think there's probably a lot more to kind of unpack and understand in this particular scenario that, just in general. But so classrooms need to be safe spaces for all students. That fundamentally, we all know that. And so we have an obligation in our department specifically to make sure that students have the support they need so they can be safe. And so,
well, and the teachers too.
Right, for sure. And so when that's not happening, and we should be coming together to create additional layers and responses to that.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
And to extend that a little bit further, that confidentiality angle is extremely difficult to navigate. We've had numerous parents that have come in and talked about their child's experience over the last bunch of months. And that's the component that parents unfortunately need to understand, is that there's only so much information that can be shared. And despite the frustration that they may have, there are boundaries. And as we saw and we heard, that it's challenging to navigate those boundaries too. So I don't envy that position, because it's a navigation issue. It's very challenging.
Which we totally understand, right? If you don't have information, you create your own narrative, and then that narrative is the reality to you. And so putting together some of this matrix there with some of the pieces that might say, hey, this is how we would handle that situation, they could kind of look at that, and oftentimes their students may be able to tell them, oh, yeah, this happened or did not happen or whatnot. So it can go with that. I definitely do want to make sure we are ensuring that the staff that work with the students are getting the information that they need to be able to be consistent and carry out and do whatever that plan might be. We may have a safety plan, we may have a behavior contract, we may have all of those things. We need to make sure that those tools are given to the staff that we're working with the children. So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Just a couple things. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for taking the grilling in front of us on this. But to me, this is a really important subject, and I'm glad you and the team spent a lot of time on this to think it through, because what frustrates me is a lot of people say, well, this is happening everywhere. And okay, that may be true, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to stop something or try to change the direction a little bit. So I hope we can all work together to find out a solution to that. Kind of a specific question. You mentioned the school resource officers. the question I have is, how independently do they operate within the buildings? I mean, do we give them guidelines, or are they walking a beat where they are free to investigate, go in the bathrooms, do whatever they want, and look for illegal activity if they wanted to, or is it more controlled?
Yeah, I'm going to give a great answer, a little of both. Yeah, no, we have talked about ways that we can strengthen some of that. If we have information on where we are thinking some of those things, we need to make sure that they have that, so that as they are wandering the building, or, hey, this is going on a lot in the cafeteria, your presence in there on a regular basis will help deter some of those pieces. And so those will be parts of conversations that Mr. Dean and then the building administrators have, because it might look a little different at each level or each building, depending on what they have. And so that there are pieces. Some of the things when it comes to that illegal behavior, they take over at that point, right? And so they've got to follow, whether it's a Lake in the Hills, Algonquin, or Huntley Police. But definitely they work. There's not a day I'm not at that high school that school resource officer, campus resource officer is not having conversation with administration and helping guide some of that there. So there are, if on any given day, if there's not something there, they may be kind of interacting with the students. Maybe they're checking in on someone there that is a little bit more flexible, but there are some of our situations where we're saying, hey, for this week, we need a targeted here, and being able to do those. So yeah, there are guidelines and kind of direction that they get, but we also have to follow their protocol from the police department that they work for as well.
Okay. And just, I want to acknowledge that I know you did a bunch of work on the parent-teacher advisory committee, looking at different districts, talking to different districts like that, and I appreciate that. I think that's a good way. Find out what's worked well and what didn't work well, and I know you've done a lot of that work, so I appreciate that. And the slides for this will be available either through the minutes or the agenda, is that correct?
Yeah, we'll put that up there, and I'm sure there's a way we can get it on the website in an appropriate place. I know that buildings had that up after theirs for a while. We can get this up there as well, because that might spark some questions, and we can get feedback to people who have questions on those. Yep. Any other questions? All right, thank you. And I just, one more time, I'd like to thank the HEA Executive Board. We have like I said, a great relationship of open dialogue, and it's not just here's the issues, it's the problem solving too. We can't fix what we don't know. We've had difficult conversations, and sometimes it's hard to hear it, right? But we can't change, we don't know. And so I'm appreciative to our administrative team for really taking those things and working extremely hard in a short amount of time. People think there's so much in the summer. Hey, this is really condensed because this is a big deal, because it impacts our academic growth, the social experiences, and the foundation of education. And so we have a great team, and I absolutely want to give them all the kudos and recognition for the work they've done. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that was long.
All right, with our next one, one of the things with this topic we thought was very important was to get a staff perspective of how the behaviors are working within the district. And I appreciate the patience of the HEA members on their last Thursday night before school starts, are staying here late at a board meeting. But if you want to come up and talk through and present this, again, I think it's really important that the teachers are on the front lines of this student behavior that we know is declining. And
times how am I messing that up? All right. First off, just to kind of start this off, when you're talking about that analogy with the flower, right? I can tell you that every educator that I've ever come across in this district does everything in their power and beyond to create that environment for that flower. When that flower holds a shadow over another flower, we just have to also make sure that added on to that, because in that entire slide, you know, we talked about the environment and how we can make that the best that we can, but we also have to hold that flower accountable in the sense that we have to add that into the equation, because if we do all these things for students and the students aren't a part of the equation, then it's going to fail. So just starting there. So thank you so much for your time. And I will say this, Jessica is absolutely right. The one thing that I pride ourselves on with the teachers in this district is that the relationship that we have with our building and district administrators is phenomenal. It's really envious about other unions when I go to the IEA and talk about that. So I appreciate that, and we had a great conversation this morning, and seeing that matrix, I'm telling you right now, that matrix is going to do wonders for our staff. Our staff is going to love it. They're going to be all about that. So before we get into this, obviously I'm Brad Aney, I'm the HEA president. This is Sandra Bertucci. She is our vice president. She is a middle school teacher. I am high school. Earlier this morning or last night, we provided you guys a document that we shared with you regarding the things that we had heard from our staff. I do want to say, obviously, the things that we heard that we're going to present are more on the negative side. And I do want to make sure that all administrators in here, whether it be building principals or district administrators, understand that anything that we're saying is not a knock on anyone. We're not going to use buildings. We're just going to tell you what we're hearing, okay? The way that we derived all this information that you guys got yesterday was a few things. Number one, when Dr. Rowe at the beginning of last year created this culture of 158 committee that was tasked on trying to how to figure out how to make our district better, he sent out a survey, and I actually joined that committee and was 100% gung-ho of trying to kind of figure out this problem. And I would highly suggest, if you have not seen that, the survey results, they did one in the fall of that school year, and then they did one in the spring. The number one thing that needed to be addressed was teachers feeling valued and heard. So I think when we did that, we as an HA leadership came together and we said, how can we survey our members to say, hey, what's going on? How can we make sure that you're supported? And one of those things were a behavioral survey. Tell us what's happening in your district as it's happening. Tell us concerns that you have. And a lot of the information that you have there tonight is in regards from that survey, okay? The other thing that this is derived from is every month we have called a Building Association Representative Council meeting. That's all of our building reps who hear the concerns of their members at each of the buildings. They come together and we have this thing called the report of the building reps, and they talk about things that might not be going well or things that need to be addressed. And some of the things that you saw came from there. So this is not a Brad Aney and Sandra Bertucci document that we created based on our personal beliefs. This is something that came and was derived from our membership. I also need to know Christina Bittinger was supposed to be here. She is our elementary representative. She's our secretary. If you do have any questions as you're seeing the elementary side of the problems on that document, we will do our best to answer some of them, but not living in that world, it might be a little bit more difficult. But I will say this on behalf of all of our elementary teachers, that going into that analogy with the flower, I mean, a majority of the concerns that we saw behavioral this last year came at the elementary level. So if we can mold that seed into growing the right way, I mean, some of the stories that I heard coming from elementary, I was like, holy cow, they're eventually going to get to her, and then they're going to eventually get to me, and if that doesn't change, but so what we're going to do is we are going to share an elementary part of this, a synopsis of kind of what we heard. Then Sandra will talk about the middle school, and then I'll kind of end off with the high school. And then once again, if you guys have any questions, we'll try our best to answer them. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so unlike Brad, who just talks on the cuff, my extroverted friend here, I am not. So I'm going to read the synopsis from elementary school. So at the elementary level, there's been a large uptick in what we would consider severe behaviors that we would normally not see in younger students, which has been a challenge. These large behaviors can then lead to increased minor behaviors from more students overall as they react to their environment. A few things teachers would like to highlight are the need for increased communication, meaningful consequences, and treating situations as serious regardless of the student's age. One of the largest challenges with this age group is creating meaningful consequences. Things like ISS do not always matter to a 6-year-old because time away from the classroom is sometimes looked at as a reward, and things they can even earn by spending their PBIS rewards. We do not have all the answers and would like to continue to work with administration to find appropriate and meaningful consequences for our youngest students. Secondly, we've had multiple teachers report being told statements like, it cannot be that bad, they were only 6 years old, after being physically hit or kicked by students. We feel that that view completely diminishes the concern and would never be said to a teacher of older students. Lastly, we want to make sure that the end result of the consequence of each incident of dysregulated behavior that becomes a tier call or reported gets communicated to the teacher, because more than half of the teachers that reported incidents did not receive a follow-up conversation. This is the elementary world. Now I'm middle school, so some of the things we saw at the middle school level, teachers have a variety of behavior concerns. A couple we wanted to highlight are the lunchroom and overall consequences. First, we've seen a large increase in inappropriate behavior in the cafeteria. Unfortunately, food being thrown, random yelling across the room, students making excuses and refusing to clean up when asked is pretty standard last year. I know that administration has added additional supervision positions to the cafeteria to hopefully curb the behavior, and we hope to see additional consequences as well. The second we would like to share is the overall consequences that students are given. I believe the situation is twofold. We used to have a 5-step process for discipline where, with the addition of SB 100, that this equals this isn't always for each student. We talked about that a little bit before. It was not replaced with clear-cut document as what consequences students receive for behavior. It left the teachers unsure what consequences were, and administration does not always follow up with the individual teacher. We know that there are certain situations where privacy issues come into play, so we cannot know. But with the POD approach, our teacher teams always want to have as much information as possible. We think this has been amplified by the frequent change in administration in both buildings. We're looking forward to building some consistency, and I think our administration is looking for that as well. Both the elementary and the middle school very much echoed Ms. Longford's presentation. Those things are common, those things that we've seen. And so seeing a presentation where I think we're going to go in the right direction with addressing some of those, it is a very good feeling at the beginning of the year. So that was from last year. High school?
All right, at the high school, obviously regarding the vaping, I want everyone to understand teachers purposely don't go into the student bathrooms. We have our own, so we don't necessarily see that. I would suggest or recommend that if you do want to learn more about that, a great resource would be our campus supervisors. They would be able to tell you things that you might want to learn a little bit about what their interaction with those kids are and what that looks like. So I would have you go towards that route. The two major problems that we see in the high school this last year, after the COVID years, I mean, that year after the COVID years was just insane, where we had so many fights that we didn't know what to do with. But it has calmed down in the sense that the two major problems that we have is cell phones. That phone tree that you were talking about has been very, very successful. I've used it. It's almost like Pavlov's dogs, that they get trained fairly early to put it in there. And the teachers that do use those have complete success. We as teachers do not ever want people to infringe on our time in the classroom with kids. But I will tell you, for example, myself, the kids will come in, they will put their phones in there during what we call instructional time. After instructional time is over and the kids want to work, we understand that some kids do work better when they're listening to music that is not the preference of their teacher. And they work really well by putting AirPods in and working. So we don't want to take away that from kids. But what we do want to do is to make sure that there is a cell phone policy and that teachers actually abide by it consistently. And we will take the blame for that. We have to, as an entire staff, all get on board of saying, and Dr. Beelan did a phenomenal job at the end of the year saying, hey, change is coming. You know, just in case you forgot, here is the cell phone policy. Here is the discipline for it. And we do have to do a good job of holding them accountable. But I do think that something as simplistic as having phone trees and having an expectation of this is where your phone goes, if you want it out and about, that's fine. We can't take phones away from kids in the sense that if a kid doesn't bring their phone out and it never comes out of their bag, I don't care if a kid has their phone unless it goes off, right? But we don't want to take that away from kids, but I will tell you, I had my kids last year trained fairly easily to put it up there. There was no argument. There was an argument maybe the first week. it became a non-issue, and as soon as it was work time, they could use it. So that's cell phones, that's the first one. The biggest problem that we have at the high school, and it's by a small amount of kids, but a small amount of kids that can be influencers to others, is this UNV, this unverified absence, and these kids ditching classes. I will tell you that it is common theme for those people that are going to ditch class and are going to not show up to class. It happens on the day of an assessment. And what happens then is we as teachers put in zeros in the grade book, and then by whatever law in the state of Illinois or whatever we have to do, we have to remediate for those kids, right? Because no kid gets a zero. No kid deserves a zero in the sense that it doesn't show any type of growth or learning. So, but kids know that, and kids are smart. They will, when they're not prepared, and this happens at the middle school as well, will purposely not come on during test days, and then they will talk to their parents. Their parents will contact us. We will, at some point, have to let them take that assessment, and obviously, their grades are not necessarily reflected of, or that the consequences is not necessarily always there. Now, there is behavioral consequences, and I understand that, but I would say that that is the one thing that we need to tackle, because with blended, it's very easy to have kids go out there unnoticed. Dr. Beelen and administration have this Minga pass system that just started, where now the kids can sign themselves out. It has a timer that they have to come back. Kids hated it. We loved it. When that timer goes off, it just shows that timer went off. There's no red flag that goes to the campus supervisor's iPad saying, hey, this person's out. There is a record of it, but it doesn't necessarily show it. So I think that would be, if there's one thing that we need to fix, it's that. And that excites me in the sense that we're not dealing with what elementary is in the violence as much. We're not dealing with people being as insubordinate. I am a huge believer in relationships. I've been in this district since 2009. I've written 2 referrals because I purposely put a relationship part with students. I care about students, and I think that is an area of growth that we can have professional development on, is how do we build these relationships with kids that it might not be easy to do so. And if you want to see success, go to a self-contained classroom. Those are supposed to be the kids that are the hardest to deal with, right? But the relationships that those teachers have with those students is incredible. And you see a respect level, and they're saying, wow, if they can do it, so can we. So that is the report. I apologize that was too long from the high school. I will say that our building administration has been proactive through and through. Dr. Beelen radiates positivity. He radiates enthusiasm, and that does help. But those are the things that we need to fix.
Thank you both. I appreciate that. Point of clarification, Mr. Rainey, if you could help me. When you say unapproved absences, especially on assessment days, is there a way I'm assuming there is, say this kid is showing up for other classes, but he's ditching out of this one because he or she knows that there's going to be a test. Is there a current policy in place that recognizes that pattern? And if not, should we develop one that has a specific consequence for abusing the system like that?
So I cannot answer that because I don't know necessarily if there's a policy. So Dr. Beelen, did you want to come up here? But I will say that if we can fix that, and I do know that there are other districts like District 155 that once they reach a maximum of UNVs, they're dropped from a class. And that in itself could set a huge example. And I don't want to take away from, we want every kid to graduate, and I understand that. But what I will say is, having lived in 155 when they had that policy, the first person that hit that mark and had to get turned into a study hall, there was a huge growth in when that happened. So I'll let Dr. Beelen go ahead and answer that.
Good evening. So we do track students and with regard to the pods looking at specific data. Where our challenge lies is in the attendance office when parents call students out against our policies. parent is calling them out saying, hey, you know, they're going to the doctor, or I'm calling them out for lunch, or I'm just like, I can't tell a parent, hey, we're gonna keep your child, we can't.
Yeah,
So
right.
we do, we track that. We have no fly lists, that are updated on a daily basis by our deans. And that allows our students to not be able to utilize those blended privileges. Another way for us to be able to tackle this, and we're going to talk a lot about this, with that communication. If a kid misses my class 3 times, or if they're missing assessments, I'm calling home. Like, hey, they're missing all the time. They're missing these assessments. And I think that's the first piece is if that teacher and that parent can have some level of communication, it's going to hit much sooner than us tracking 2,845 kids times 8 periods a day.
Yeah, and I totally understand it, and it is a process, but with the technology that we have that's available, and especially if a teacher sees a pattern in a student, like, oh, this is the 3rd test that, you know, miraculously this kid hasn't shown up for. And I understand too about, you know, parents, caregivers abusing the system to call their kids out because of whatever reason. But if there is this abuse of skipping a specific class, or, you know, whether it's on a test day or they just don't feel like going, it should be relatively easy, I would think, to say, oh, well, they were in the period before and they showed up for the period after. Here's the problem. And like you said, it could be a gradation of consequences for a repeat offense, right? It's not immediately this, but ultimately it should, you know, be known that you keep this up with this bad behavior and you're going to get this consequence.
So some of the things that we also have done, just even with our processes, and Jessica talked a little bit about this when we shut down Blended. It was March of 21. Big deal in the community.
Yeah, right.
But there were some great things that came out of that entire process, and I held true to it by getting our kids in classrooms and in seats. We limited the movement within our building. We limit our students leaving and coming and going from the building, and we put them into their seats in classrooms, and that's what we do as educators. And some of the impact of that is moving into the 23 or 22-23 school year. We limited that movement within the building where we still allow for blended to happen. So in our passive commons and active commons, you will see kids, but you will not see them anywhere else in the building unless they are in a structured area. When our campus supervisors, we've given them all scanners as well as iPads since we rolled out Mingo. And they start at one side of the commons on both sides and they work their way in. And they do it at various times because at the beginning of the period, those kids hide in the bathroom. Once the check is done, now I'm cool. Right. Done. And then they come out and have a seat. So we're able to do a sweep of the building. We check camera towers. We check bathrooms. We do sweeps every period. We don't miss periods, even from the administration providing help and support and even some of our bigger periods. I will tell you the biggest challenge that we have yet to figure out is lunch.
Yeah, sure.
To try to scan the
It's a tough road to hoe, and I'm not laying it all at your feet, Dr. Beal, at all. I'm just hearing what our 2 representatives are saying, and I think, you know, an adoption of a policy that at least gives them another resource to face, like, repeat offenders that are doing this. And like you also said, it's something that can be kind of contagious in a way. If one person sees their buddy doing this, I'm like, oh, hey, I can do this too. So, I appreciate your attention to this.
And we'll definitely look at the academic side of it. I mean, students missing assessments and the impact that has. There's also the domino effect of, okay, our credit recovery numbers are high, and ultimately what is happening, because we still have to graduate in 4 years. You know what I mean? There's a lot of factors for us to look at, but we will definitely do some work on the academic side and what our numbers and our processes are with, and then communicating that with our families.
Thank you.
Cool.
I just wanted to say thank you both for all that you do for the district. This report was great. And the thing that I liked the best about it was that it wasn't just, here's all the problems without solutions. And the fact that you're positive about the report that Ms. Lombard did with her staff, it was fantastic, by the way. I just think that moving forward, things are going to get a lot better, and I appreciate your positivity about that. in addition to all the work that you're doing and all the work that all of the staff is doing to make the education the best that it can be for all of our students. I just think it's wonderful, and I thank you.
And I think as we go into the school year check-ins, this shouldn't be the only discussion that we have ahead. We should do a pulse check, throughout the year to see what level of improvement we've hit or what still needs more focus.
And I will say this, a credit to Jess, Ms. Lombard. She reached out to us early, and she wants to be part of our building rep meetings so that she can hear things from the boots on the ground. And that was something that we used to have that kind of dissipated, and she's very adamant about bringing that back. She's very adamant about meeting with us on a regular basis, and everything that you guys have said about the positivity stems from the leadership that you have on top, and our cabinet and principals do a phenomenal job, and I think that they open that atmosphere, and our hope is that this year on the union side, we can get more of our teachers to feel more comfortable to going to their direct administrator instead of coming straight to the union with a problem, so that we are only hearing the things that we need to.
That makes sense.
I'll jump in, just real quick for you. So when I talk to teachers around this subject, one of the things that I've heard pretty consistently is, I can maintain my own classroom, and I think you kind of said that even tonight, right? I have control over my own classroom. I don't see these issues in my classroom. I set the bar, and they react that well. Specifically, I think I've heard this in the middle school. I assume in the high school it's to some degree an issue as well. When they step out of the classroom, they don't seem to have that same level of respect from the kids that they've developed in the classroom. Either it's different kids or something else, and there's issues that happen. And my concern is that when they find things, and what I've heard is when they try to bring discipline things that happen outside their classroom to administration, at times that's not being responded to in the right way or the way they believe that it should be handled. My fear is that good teachers are going to retreat to their classrooms during the day. And they're not going to get out into the lunchroom or into the locker room areas, different things to help kind of build that whole culture. Just, it's more of a comment. I don't know if you guys have a comment on that.
I mean, as far as the middle school is concerned, I would say that that's pretty accurate, especially when it comes to lunch, because we used to have quite a few teachers that would supervise, and after we came back from pandemic, that didn't happen because the behaviors had changed, the students had changed. I will say now, it was partially because we didn't have as many supervisors as we needed in that location, and you can't, with 3 people, you can't have eyes on every single area of the cafeteria. It's not possible, especially when you're trying to check lines, making sure they're not taking things. That has, hopefully will be changing this year because we've added additional positions where there's going to be more supervision. I know it's changed a little bit also too, where it's going to be an assigned duty at this point in time. It's not just volunteer. So there are going to be more positions available, and that will help with the supervision. And with hopefully the change in, like, this is the consequence that you're going to get in a lot of the charts that were up there tonight, I'm hoping to see that that has changed. But yes, you're not wrong. We have had more teachers inside their classrooms and not going out in the hallways. They're not dealing with those things because they have not gotten the consequences teachers feel like they have. And it could also be twofold, where we have not gotten the communication back. Not necessarily that they haven't gotten a consequence every single time, but the communication doesn't always necessarily make it back to us. So it feels like that to at least us on front line sometimes.
And I will speak on behalf of the elementary teachers in the sense that I take the high schoolers to read at the elementary schools, and I see teachers out and about all the time with their kids. So I think that when you get outside the classroom and you're meeting with kids that you don't know, the relationship piece kind of goes away because you don't know them and they don't know you. But at the high school, we do have a lot of people that kind of portray Dr. Beeland's leadership in the sense that he's always out and about and everywhere he is. And you see a lot of teachers during passing periods having conversations with kids and kind of like telling them to put on their IDs and doing all those things. So you also do see spurts of that at each of the levels. So.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you both.
All right, thank you both for the feedback. So the next thing is public comment. I don't know if we have some people who set that up, but certainly if people want to come up and do that. I'll just make one kind of quick comment before that, and then it's just, I see all the building administrators sitting in the audience, and I don't want you guys to feel squeezed by this, right? So you've got the admin saying this, you've got the staff saying, the board. This is a problem we all have to solve together. You guys are on the front lines, though, with the teachers in trying to build the culture of the building. So I'm really looking for the building administrators to have some leadership, some creativity to try to help solve this problem, which isn't a District 158 problem. It's a societal problem that we want to help curb so that we can have the best student-to-teacher relationships, the best student peer-to-peer relationships, and we're all treating each other with some respect. So, and I understand you guys are in kind of that hard position for that, but we're looking for you guys to kind of help us through this. So with that, Ms. Cross.
Okay. I am not on.
I just wanted to say a couple things, and then I had.
Hands up.
It wasn't me.
Oh, you're done.
Your 3 seconds are up.
I had my own speech, but then obviously was jotting notes the entire time Jessica was talking, so I will briefly touch on some of those things. First, I'm here tonight to ask about something that has still not been addressed once in response to my multiple requests via email, phone, and in this very room. Obviously, special education is still my primary focus, and I loved hearing Ms. Gill speak on July 20th. I'm sorry I didn't get to hear your earlier speech. It was so refreshing to hear that actually useful communication will be a priority, and I will continue to push that future Light parents should always be included in that conversation. Last night, I attended the Light meeting, and brainstorming was great to see. I know we can't go back, but man, I so wish that had happened 2 years ago when I first sounded the alarm that the program was moved to Marlowe. But I'm so glad it was done, and I'm thankful to Ms. Gill and to Mr. Pinky for hosting that, and I'm hopeful for the future of Light. Something else I'm anticipating is the partnering with Special Olympics. I think someone came and spoke about it earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hopefully coming to Marlowe this school year. However, I'm not super confident that it's being implemented as promised, mostly due to the incompetency of some of the previous administration. But for tonight, I'm going to jump back to my other main focus and my original point. Now with Mr. Budzinski resigning from his D-158 position, can the next person taking that technology position actually do what I've been asking him and the IT department to do for almost 3 years now, and simply put a warning label on the Chromebooks? I know that this, with the inappropriate content that is in our libraries and available to our minors, that there is now even more concern as to what is accessible on the school devices. So I ask again for something to be done to ensure parents are actually made aware that these devices are not as safe as we are led to believe. I will continue to push on this just as I have the special education issues, because our kids' viewable content and what they consume can be detrimental to their health and well-being. Keeping the Chromebooks free, or as free as possible of inappropriate content, allows for less distractions and more attention to be paid to the teachers and the curriculum, which is where our focus should always have been. This helps the students themselves, their peers around them, the teachers, and the school as a whole. I'll be looking forward to an update on this matter in the short time before the school year begins. And then my notes. I'll see a little bit. I'll just go through my bullet points. For better attendance by the parents, the district's texting ability and social media communication is a great way to reach all of the parents that sometimes miss the emails or they just go to spam. Inflicting ACEs and trauma has to not come from the lack of setting boundaries for all students. I've said it before that regardless of the needs of the student, all of our kids must be in a safe environment, and I don't mean that from germs. I mean from mental trauma and physical harm in the classroom and in the school throughout. I think everyone thinks that this bill gives an IEP student a free pass, but that can't be, because yes, they have rights, but so do all the other students that are impacted. Adding back free time and recess, I know it seems so elementary, but that's exactly it. These kids are kids. They need that outlet. These kids have nonstop screen time, and even the Chromebooks contribute to that dysfunction.
And then when we expect them to shut it off and be able to communicate properly. It's great that our district is so advanced, but we fail if these kids can't hold a face-to-face conversation when they walk out these doors. I've spoken personally with Josh Oakes from Smart Social, and he wants us to utilize that tool to its fullest. And since we already pay for it, there's no reason why we don't. Social media is such a blessing and a curse, but in my opinion, for kids that aren't even old enough to be on the apps, it is an absolute curse. We need kids to understand that there are actual laws that they may be breaking by saying or doing things that those can stay with them for their lifetime. The problem isn't no accountability, it's the inconsistent accountability. Also, the victim/aggressor mediation isn't always the appropriate fix. The communication between home and school dwindles as the kids enter middle schools when the kids can manage a bit more on their own. However, that's when they get more brazen too, and without that open communication, it's hard to get a situation under control. We always had DARE programs and kids still did drugs, I get it. But it wasn't as rampant inside the schools. There should be a clear and concise list, like Jessica talked about, of rules and regulations, and kids should be held to those standards, such as if you're caught vaping, smoking, dealing drugs, committing battery or sexual assault, those all warrant instant consequences. If it's a crime, it shouldn't be a slap on the wrist just because you're inside school walls. To Troy's point about privacy, many parents get that, but when, from a parent perspective, if nothing is changing or improving, it leaves them with no alternative than to create their own narrative. Not for nothing, I have to add that during a parent meeting with Rowe and McHenry County Health Department Susan Karras, back when isolating kids was the answer, we begged for their sanity to be maintained, and it was scoffed at. And she agreed that they knew they were creating a mental health epidemic. You're looking at those results now, with kids starting as young as preschool that are behind in all aspects and completely out of control. We tried to stop it, and no one listened. The consequences of getting dropped rather than just pushed through to keep graduation rates looks great if that's what's necessary. And my last thing, can we get lunch supervisors, like, to be parent volunteers again? Is that a possibility in this district? Because staff is already pushed too thin. They shouldn't be losing their lunches during something as simple as just needing monitors in a lunchroom. There are many parents that could come for a half hour here, a half hour there. Let's figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Would anybody else like to make a comment? All right, with that, we will close. We will adjourn this meeting. I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 9:29 p.m. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, with that, we will close this meeting and then quickly reopen up another meeting. All right. So I will call to order the special meeting for Thursday, August 3rd in 2023 at 9:29 p.m. A quorum has been met. And if we could take a roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Still here.
Mrs. Murray? Here. Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher? Here. Mr. Bittman?
Here.
Mr. Grady?
All right, with that, we will open the meeting and we will start off with public comment. So I will ask again, is if anybody would like to make a public comment?
The most public comment is anything I've ever been to.
All right, with that, we will move on and we will move into closed session at 9. We will make a motion to move into closed session at 9:30 p.m. As indicated in the agenda. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Mr. Quagliano second, and then roll call.
Mrs. Murray? Yes. Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher? Yes. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Grady? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
With that, we will move down to closed session.
Ready for truly.
Good job.
So is this, did I cover everything? Okay.
You covered a lot.
Back and forth on cable side service. This is what we need to do, so I'm hoping this is where we're going.
You gotta set the expectations.
Yeah, I had to go. Oh, man. And we'll tweak it. We'll get feedback.
Yeah. All right, we have a quorum. We're going to resume in, public session at 10:20, PM. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Craddy? Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mr. Bittman,
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Here. Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher? Here.
All right, Mr. Craddy's not here, so I'll take over 6.1, which is the HR personnel report. Dr. Zier?
Anything further to add?
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve the HR report.
Second.
All right, with that, can I get a roll call vote? Thank you, Ms. Gallagher.
Mr. Craddy? Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher? Yes. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
All right, moving on to number 7, adjournment. I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:21 PM.
Second.
All right, we'll give that to Mr. Thompson. I second. If I, voice call, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, meeting is adjourned.
You guys both have a nice trip.
Thank you.
And I'll see, I won't see you for the 5th day in a row.
You want me to come by and bring you to lunch?
Sure, yeah, come on.
All right, so.
Twice yesterday.
Kind of have a
I'm great,
conversation
thank you.
just sort of downstairs. So,
Bathroom.
when it comes, like, she'll need to fill out the tax